Hello.
Banana time.
Fuck! Hello!
Oh looky looky, Mobius is here. That's a VIP, everyone.
Fuck!
Ads suck, I know. Your eyeballs pay for dog's food though.
Ah. Well, hi, everybody. Hi, Dr. Nick. Okay, there we go. Hi, everyone. I'm, oh god, the volume. Give me 1 second. Really? It's set to 90? Is it that fucking loud? Yeah, it's that fucking loud. Give me 1 second. You go west. You go down. Okay. Or actually, you can do that. I'm gonna do this. Go to west, please. Thank you. That'll work. Alright. Steve. Yeah, I don't know why this doesn't save between stuff, but I saved everything I could. Alright. Hi everyone, how's your day going? Thanks for the super love. I didn't see it. Oops. Yeah, the stock market's having a time, huh? Not that one. This one. I had to alt tab and make sure that the code that I had working was in there. Or no, the code that I had in there was working because I don't need the stock to go to minus 200 because yeah, free money and shit. So I moved some things around and I think it'll work. Not much on my end, honestly. Not much. I've been working on the tiny house again, plan wise, because I was watching a video of somebody who built hi Diva. I was watching a video of somebody who was building one yesterday or this morning. I don't remember which one. But anyway, I was watching somebody who was building one and they made mention of if you wanted a loft area to consider your wall height. And I was like, what the fuck do you mean wall height? And then we're talking about putting in like 10-inch studs or 10-inch, Jesus Christ, 10-foot studs or 12-foot studs or whatever. And I came to the realization of, oh shit, I can frame in a loft lower than the actual stud height. Oh shit. So I realized I can frame in a loft area in the tiny house that is shorter than the walls, right? Because the loft is going to sit in the walls on a frame that will then go down to the foundation. And I realized that if I make the walls taller, but move the ceiling height down from 8 to 7, then that means I can have a loft that is starts at 7 feet off the ground, roughly. Goes 5.5 inches upwards because that's the height of a 2x6. Then the lofts can start below the top plate of the walls. So you'll end up having the wall still going up past that area and then going into a roof. And I was like, holy shit, this changes everything. So I've been redesigning the tiny house again for like the 6th time. It's been almost a year and a half since I've started working on this, and like just plan wise. And I keep finding out new shit and I keep changing the plan, because the reason why I say this is originally the bed was going to be horizontal to the structure, which means there's going to have to be 7 feet plus loft area 7 feet wide, and there was going to be a whole lot of area under the roofing that was wasted because it was 1 to 8 inches. I couldn't do anything with it, right? However, if I bring the bottom of the loft down and make the ceilings a little shorter in the kitchen and in the bathroom, then the loft not only gets closer to the first floor, which makes the stairwell up to it easier, but it also makes it higher in the loft area, which means that the bed can be positioned sideways and you'll still have enough headroom to like get up and move around. And because the walls themselves still have like 2.5 feet before the roofing starts, that means that I can have drawers and stuff that are 2 feet high. Well, shit. Meep. Guess who popped up in my recommended page? And even 1000? Yeah, because it got bailed out. Hi, unknown. Is it me? Did I show up? I like showing up in people's recommended. Yeah. So, needless to say, I've been working on the. It is you. Let's go. I've been working on the tiny house plans. Sniff the new chatter. I've been working on the tiny house plans again, and I've been doing it for 3 hours because now I need to move the countertops around. I need to move the refrigerator around. I need to move the door that went to the bathroom around. And yeah, because yeah, I could probably go over it again. I don't have to get into games. Oh wait, why y'all sniffing me? We're sniffing for vibes. We have a sniff of first. We have a sniff of the new chatter just for like funsies. Yeah. It was something my old mod did before they ended up leaving. And I thought it was kind of cute. It's basically a vibe sniff. Snoofa! Yeah, Snoofa! Snoofa's my favorite. I love Snoofa. All right, give me a second. I'm gonna see if I can get on. Okay, I guess Firefox is updating. Never mind. Snoofa! The war of the Snoofa versus the Sniffer. Let's see here. Ah! God, I have to fucking... Alright, this might take a second. How you doing, unknown, by the way? Oh, this is a warm welcome. Yeah, I'm also surrounded by dogs. They're very nice, though. They're very nice. Thank you for the friend. Have another dog. Thank you. I do not have that many. Okay. So I'm getting whiteboard oil up in Firefox just so I can share what I've been kind of messing around with. Still have the scuff butt out the window. Although it is weird to see somebody new show up in the middle of a week. Normally I have my new chatters on like the weekends. Especially on a Tuesday. You're an anomaly. Doing well. I'm prepping for graduation. Like high school, college, or VTuber. Okay. Alright, I can kind of show now. I should have checked that a little harder before I hit the button, but oh well. Hi, Arctic. Not VTuber. I don't stream as much. Okay. Oh, congrats. Okay. So here's basically here's the rough design. The structure itself. So this is 7. No. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Okay. Beautiful drawings. Thank you. This is all scribbles. House. Yeah, we're going to talk about the house. We're going to talk about stuff that I did today. So this is 11 feet. And the reason why interior is 11 feet is because 2x6 is on the outside, which are 5.5 in change. So it's 11 inches. So it's basically 12 inches. So these are the exterior studs. And this is kind of what I discovered, right? So these walls are 2x10s or 2x6x10s. So normally you have a 2x6x8. Those are your normal wall studs. Well, if I make them 2x6x10s, which, yes, then what happens is that here's the floor for the loft area. This gets moved to 7.5 feet off of the ground. So the ceilings under it are slightly shorter. And then this takes up kind of the rest of it. So this top part starts at 8 feet. So you have 2 feet of clearance just flat out. And then you have the roof rise, which is this stuff. So that means that this becomes squared off and you can get all of this space. You can use all the space. That was literally added yesterday. Which means that these boxes here are essentially storage. So I was thinking of having these drawers that come out over the bed or shelving that goes inwards. Probably going to do shelving that goes inwards and then shelving that goes inwards here. And then this top run can be for putting things on, and this top run could be for putting things on. And then there's probably going to be open space here that runs the length of the bed in this direction to ladders or I don't know, long stuff. Small nightstands. Yeah, exactly. And then the beautiful thing about this is that if I push this all the way into the back, right, which was how it's going to get planned. So this blue thing right here is the queen size bed. So this is going to be kind of complicated because you have to see what I see. So this red line was the old loft line. So the loft would come out this far over the base. This blue structure, this blue thing here is a queen size bed. Now the idea was to basically take this red line and put it over here, right? So the loft would essentially just be the bed and then the long tables at either end on these side, right? The problem is getting up here. So I originally had the door to the bathroom on this side, which I realized I can put right here in the kitchen area and then on the inside here. So it slides to left and right. So it'll be a sliding door. That leaves this entire wall area free. Hello. And I was thinking about maybe trying to make a makeshift stair to go up to the center of this area to go into the bed. It's pretty complicated because if you do something from the side, you need to have a landing so you can turn. If you do something dead on, you don't need a landing because the bed becomes the landing, right? You just have the railings on the outside of the bed. So it's kind of annoying because if I do something that goes from here up, right? I either have to do something that hangs off the top of the ceiling and drops down, like stairs, like a drop down stairs, or I do something more permanent. But if I do something more permanent, then it's going to be dead in the middle of the structure, and that's going to be really annoying. But this was going to be the refrigerator. This is going to be an island kitchen sink thing. I don't know. This probably needs to be wider. My thoughts are basically going back to what I had before, which was bumping this out. And then I can take the fridge and turn it and put it here. So this now becomes more, it feels more usable. And then I can have shelving on this side and then the entrance to the bathroom here. And then a stairwell here. But again, so my other thought was depending on how steep I make the stairs, I can actually take the refrigerator and like put the refrigerator over here basically. Right? Because this will be under the stairwell that goes up. But then you're losing space over here. It's like a really, really advanced Tetris puzzle. And it's really annoying to figure out. Because there's a couple of things I'm taking into consideration. Getting up to the loft area should not be difficult. Because what I can do is I can just put a fucking ladder right here. Right? I can just put a ladder here and you can just climb up the ladder and get into the bed. And it's fine. And it works. The issue with that is that dogs can't use it. But Tetris is so much fun, IRL. I love figuring out how to get stuff to fit. Well, maybe I'll use your expertise. Math. Yeah, that's the kicker. There's a lot of math involved and angles and hypotenuses and right triangles and shit. But I've wanted to figure out how to get this just right. Oh, it keeps going. So every time you guys see that, every time you see dog vermin bailout, it means that the market tried to go below 1,000. Just saying. So yeah, I've been trying to figure out how I want to get this done. I really like having all of this space here, all of this wide open. Wait, can you not see my mouse? Oh, there's. I really like having all of this wide open space. because this would be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 feet. So this is 10 feet here of space. So this would be a 10 by 10, which is a pretty good room size, like normal room. Still actually really small, but it's better than what it was. The issue with having this 10 by 10 is essentially that like, wait, how long was this? So each one of these squares are 6 inches. So this is a foot, this is 2 feet, 3 feet, yeah. 4 feet, 5 feet, 6 feet, 7 feet, 8 feet, 9 feet, 10, and 11. Okay. So this would be, if this stuck back out, it'd be missing area here. So it's kind of wonky. I watched so many videos on tiny house tips. It's crazy how much you can fit if you tweak the designs a little. Yes, it is. But the problem is that I need this to be able to do specific things. And one of the specific things is I need to be able to move around in it for streaming. If I didn't have to do streaming stuff, I could make this really cozy and really nice. But I need a large area within the structure to do the room-based like streaming stuff because it's my job. I've been trying to essentially, the biggest things are the kitchen, the bathroom, and the bedroom, air quotes bedroom, and trying to get those things as compact as possible while still making them usable. So one of my thoughts, for instance, right, was doing this stairwell here. Oh, I'm gonna scoot that down so I can actually see. So doing this stairwell here. So this would be a 2-foot stairwell. Oh, wait, can I? Oh, okay, nice. So this would be a 2-foot stairwell essentially. And then inside of the stairwell would end up being like cubbies. Every however many whatevers. And then like this area would be used for like clothing storage. Right? Because you can kind of have storage. The problem with the way that this works here is that you would end up having, first of all, there would be a railing here, right? So you don't fucking fall out of bed. So there'd be a railing here, and then you'd have a landing. And that's kind of the problem, is you can't have a landing. Because then you'd only have this, and that's not going to work. So if you did it sideways, you'd end up having to have these really, like, big steps to try to get up. So these are, this is 2 feet, essentially, right? So you'd have to climb 2 feet to get on top of these, and then 2 feet, and then another 2 feet, right? To get up to the area. So you could end up doing these, like, essentially what I was trying to do was you could have these cubbies here that could have the clothing on it. I know, that's my point. That's the problem. Now that would be if you wanted to put it in the middle, right? The middle has the most amount of vertical headroom clearance though, right? Because if you're going to try to make the landing over here, you know, you'd be crawling in, right? Unless you want to put your head down here, which I guess is fine. It's just in my brain, my head was over here. So I guess, yeah, I guess that would work if you put your heads this way. Your heads, Jesus Christ. If you put your head this way, then you could make the landing over here. This itself is a little over a foot. So, like, you'd want the landing to kind of be here. Get fucked. You'd want the landing to be here. And then you could maybe... Yeah, so this gets tough. So this is a 12-inch run and a 12-inch rise. So this is a 45-degree incline, basically. And you'd only have... maybe? Because you can have this area be a landing. So this would be a 2-foot landing. So you would step up here and then turn this way and then go up. It could work, but what's the clearance here though? So this is 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, it's not a lot of clearance. This would only be able to work if I did a Gramble roof. Or Gramble roof? Fuck it, I don't know how to say it. And the Gramble roof, basically, as you can see, there's our 45 line here and here for the main roof line. If the Gramble roof was installed, you'd have this extra area for headspace. I wonder how practical witch stairs. It's funny you mentioned that.
Hello, it's me.
Because I've already started working on that. Hi, New Day. Witch stairs are incredibly viable. They are very useful, and they can cut depth down a lot. But here's the problem. Dogs can't use them. So there's best case scenario, which is humans and dogs. There's okay case scenario, which is humans. And then there's worst case scenario, which is annoying for humans, right? Best case scenario is trying to do a stairwell where my inevitable dog in my future can also get up to the bed and sleep in the bed, right? Because I love dogs. If that's not possible in any meaningful way, I can do witch stairs, but the witch stairs kind of have their own problem. They're much more viable in a situation like this, but something like this, where it's a 2-foot landing here, you can do you can essentially have these things be used as shelving, right? And then but here's the big problem. You can't look at it from one dimension like this, because you can't have the stairs really. I mean, you could kind of have the stairs going into here. So this is the biggest problem, is that this staircase that goes down, right? So the opening is 1 foot, 1 foot, 2 foot, 3 foot, 4 foot, 5 feet in. So when we look at this, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. All right, so this is the opening to the kitchen area, which I guess isn't that bad. You'd have a part cut off here. It's not that bad. $12-inch run and the 12-inch rise is kind of tough though, in general. Let me check what minimum run is. So for those who don't know what I mean, this is run, this is rise. So 12-inch run and 12-inch rise makes 45. A normal run, I believe, is 9. No, maybe it's bigger than 12. Hang on. Normal tread depth is about 11 inches. General comfortable staircase designs are 7 inch of rise and 11 inch of run. So that would be 11 inches this way and then 7 inches this way. So 12 inches this way gives us a little bit more of like a landing zone. But the fall from one stair to another is going to be greater than what is normal. It's kind of an awful situation, but a dog could get up it. You know what I mean? Now, there are other things that I've done, which is it here? This thing here. So this is a secondary design I had where essentially this would be the witch staircase. This is the witch staircase. And then there's a pulley system at the top that yanks on the bottom here. And as it yanks on the bottom and it pulls it up, this will eventually get folded in on itself. Because as this gets pulled up, this gets pulled up. So these go up together. And then this is going to want to naturally swing down to close in on itself. Yeah, and I love foldable designs. It's not bad. The foldable designs can make them weak depending on how you do it. And also you have to take into consideration in a witch tread, where is this seam? You know what I mean? Because that seam, I think for stability / structural reasons, I don't know if this seam coming across can be witch tread. So you'd have like this, right? And then you'd have a cut. Right, so you would have you'd essentially have this cut like that. If you put a bar in the middle for these to go to, you'd have to keep in mind this would be completely open. Right? You could have the bottom of the next tread land here, but like it's really weird. You'd have to have a landing all the way across, and then that kind of fucks with the flow of the stairs. I'm not entirely sure. I haven't gone really deep into how this would work, but I'm not sure. I'm not sure. Now, that being said, right? That being said, this doesn't necessarily need to be this design. This design was when I only had 5 feet of clearance left and right, right? Because this one was 7 feet. No. Wait. I had 5 feet of clearance, which gave me 11. So this was 6 feet. So that's when this was 6 feet, right? This now can be 5 feet, which gives me 6 feet of clearance on the other side. So that gives me an extra foot of room. So with that, this might be able to become one piece of like one unit and just swing upwards like that. But again, I don't really want to do that. I really don't want witch stairs because a dog can't use it. Right? So my preferred design would be have a stairwell like this. And then if done with the Granbro roof, you'd end up having 6 inches. So this is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 feet of clearance. You have 6 foot and 6 inches, roughly. Yeah. Which would be super easy to get into. It wouldn't be that uncomfortable. But this roof design is a pain in the ass to make. It's a pain in the ass to make. Because as it stands right now, you'd only have, I mean, at the lowest point, like right here, you know, is 1, 2, 3, 4 feet. It's not a lot of room. Well, not for me. I'm 6 foot, right? Maybe it doesn't need to be. Maybe you just crawl into it, which is fine. Like, I don't mind that. It's just getting out, because I'd have this thing where I stand up here and then I'd have to duck down in order to like get down the stairs, which is going to be really annoying to do every morning. So you guys can see the dilemma, right? You guys understand the problem. If I can, the other thing that I could do here, finally another advantage of being short. Yes. Another one of the things I could do here is that I don't know how many things I did. There we go. Is thanks. Hi, Sandwich. Another design we could go with is we can make the first area climbable. So you'd have to climb to get onto this area, but I don't know if I like that. I don't know if I like that. 1 feet is kind of tough already. It's all right for me. I don't know if it's going to be okay for a dog. And 2 feet. Yeah, it puts it perfect. Bam. How you doing, Samet? Hmm. What this? Oh, it's the plan for the tiny house that I'm going to be hopefully building at some point this year. Because I cleared out all the trees last year, which and this is a side profile. So this is like the house is, you know, it's very small. The house is like this, right? This is a side profile. So we were looking in from this direction. And then like this is the opening for the kitchen area. And then this is the wall for the bath. So the funny thing is a 1-inch rise over a 1-inch run being 45 means that this distance is the same throughout the whole thing, which is kind of cool. I've done a bit of drafting before with AutoCAD. Oh yeah, that's right. You do 3D stuff. Oh, by the way, fun fact. I haven't told you yet, but here, I'll take a screenshot. Thanks. Hi, Fliv.
All right.
So I have you in my throwables as one of the potential artists I'm probably gonna commission for like low poly throwables, custom low poly throwables. I just haven't told you yet because like it's post 2.0 like debut stuff. But I figured if you were here, I might as well show you. Hi, Fluff, how you doing? I'm doing good. I'm doing work. Yeah. If I did do this though, it'd make this refine really well. Or really nice. I could also make the structure shorter. Or I could make the roof line shorter. 45s are just so much easier to do though. And 7.5 feet is really the minimum I want to do on the, because I could bump this down even farther. Which would give more head height, but gives less head height here. And I really don't want to go below 7 feet, but it's the kitchen area. It's not like there's a lot of... Oh, I'm glad, Fluff. Especially in the shower. Yeah, no, I can't. 7.5 feet is the minimum that I can realistically, I really want to do. What you building? I'm working on the tiny house design. I came to a new revelation. Essentially. I don't want to go more than 12 or 10 feet. I could do 11 feet and just make the roof line shallower. No, because that's not going to change the height. I still need storage too. I think one of the things I'm going to have to do is, man, it might just need witch stairs. The problem with witch stairs is going down to them is a pain in the ass.
Put those grippers
I I could make it a drop down though. But I still need that. that side, like that wall is still barren. That's the thing. So like, even if I did do something that dropped down, like this wall is still going to be barren. I'm probably just going to put storage there anyway. So like, I feel like it would be better to have the storage ladder. Yeah, that's the problem, is the ladder's even worse. You know, imagine getting up in the middle of the night because you had some dairy product that doesn't agree with you, and the first thing that goes through your mind is, great, I have to climb down a ladder after getting out of bed. Or like, what if you hurt yourself, right? What if you fuck up your foot because you rolled it because you were stepping over a log in the woods, right? Now you gotta go up a ladder with a fucked foot. Like, it's those sort of things that you have to keep in mind when doing shit like this, because then you just couldn't get into your bed. It's one of the reasons why I could have done this as 2 feet here, right? If I did this as 2 feet, then this starts here, right? And then I could end it a whole foot shallower. So you'd be getting in here instead, right? This is where you'd be climbing in. But the problem is that with a 2 foot drop here, right? You know, climbing down the stairs, getting to this point where you're going to turn around and then like basically trying to hop down 2 feet. You're either going to have to sit down and then put your feet, you know what I mean? Like, it starts getting uncomfortable to do. So like a 1 foot rise is kind of the max. Now, technically speaking, what we can do is, if we want to sacrifice a lot of space, we can do something in the middle here, right? 1, 2. So if we do, no, we need a 2 foot landing. Let's do something like this then. So it's our 2 foot landing. So you can swing your feet out at a bed, put it here. So this is going to be 2 feet by 2 feet, right? So it'll be a 4 foot squared area. And then you go down over, down over, down over. And then right here could be a second landing that turns around and then goes down over, down over, down over, down over. Right? So this could be better, but the problem with doing something like this is now you need to make sure that this height is enough, which it looks like it is. And also I did that wrong. It'd be like this. Well, realistically, when you have a turn like this, you don't want to do 2 feet, because 2 feet just kind of isn't enough room. Hi, Goldie. 2 feet is not enough room to do a turn. So doing a 3 by 2 on this area, which is 3 feet in this direction, and then 2 feet and not down, but towards the camera. And then off of that, you would have something like this. Right. Okay. So doing this, is it going to be made out of diamond blocks? No, it's not. Doing something like this is not bad, but here's the problem, is that this is 2 feet from the wall and this needs to be 2 feet from that. So this stairwell design type, okay, this stairwell design type will end up being 4 feet from the wall, right? So it would end up being, so this would be 2 feet, right? This is 4 feet. So now you lose a significant portion of this area. It makes it easier to go up and down, but you lose a bunch of storage potentially in this little area. But you could have the wall. No, see, that's the thing, is like in this area, or like this landing area, you could put like the toilet here and then have all this extra stuff, but you don't need that. That's the problem. Your tiny house might be bigger than I thought at first. No, it's not. It's really not.
Hello there.
It's a 12 by 16. which works its way down to an 11 by 15. And like, you think that's big, but that is literally the size of some like upper middle class bedrooms. And then trying to get all the shit to fit is kind of a pain in the ass. It can look deceiving because this is not 1 foot. This is 6 inches. This is a foot. And like my shoulder width, I think is about 2 feet. So me as a human being, you know, my shoulder width is going to be like this wide. Right? So that's me. So you begin to realize how little this actually is. It's feet. Yeah, sorry. So that would be roughly 3 by 4 meters. Roughly. I just noticed the toilet. Yeah. So all this extra space is just, it's not great. Not unless I can figure out a way to use it. One, two, three, four, five, 6. Is it 6 feet or? Hang on. What do I have for the kid? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. It's 5 feet. 1, 4, 5. So this is where the edge of the. Must have room for trinkets. My grandpa has a tiny house next to a lake. Yeah. This is the edge of. It's not. I could. The problem is that this is 4 feet deep. 4 feet is a lot of space. This needs to be used for something for it to be valid. This needs, like, if I do something like this, if I'm going to lose this much space, like to put it in perspective, you know, this being 2 feet here and this being 2 foot. So we have 1, 2, 3, 4. Oh, nope, brain turned off. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Nope, brain turned off. This is 6 feet. That is not a lot of space. That is enough space for me to lay down. And like, that's kind of it. So that's really tough. Minimum we would really want is 8. Now, you might be able to chunk this down to less than 2 feet wide, but I still wouldn't do that. Yeah, it's just, it's too much space. This is too much space to be used. I'm picturing dog laying down on the floor measurement for 6 feet. And it's not a bad way to do it. Honestly, it's really not. The best way to really kind of like visualize something is genuinely sometimes just looking at yourself laying on the floor and being like, I'm this tall. How many of me can I fit back to, you know, head to toe? Right? So normally I'd be able to fit 2 of me head to toe in this direction, but I can't because these right here are 5.5 inches. So this entire outside to this edge and this edge is 12 feet, but the inside from this edge to this edge is 11 feet. So yeah. I might genuinely I could just do my old idea, which was just to be honest, it was just a fucking ramp. I was like, why do I even need stairs? Why don't I just do a ramp? I was like, yeah, I'll just get a hinge or some shit. I'll just put a hinge here and just do a long ass ramp. And like, you don't even need stairs, right? Because what are stairs except for convoluted ramp? And honestly, the ramp was just for the dog. Because like dogs can't go up which stairs. I can go up which stairs. I can go down which stairs. But dogs can't. So I was like, how do I get the dog up? Well, I could just do a second stairwell that is just a ramp. Or... yeah. Nah, slide. No, you're supposed to... you're supposed to be able to get up it. Not down it. I just get a fucking fireman's pole. Hold on, hang on. Put a ramp to be right in front of the door, and then you can slide right out the door? I mean, yeah, technically. I was just wanted to say, get a fireman's pole. That wouldn't be a bad idea for getting down. But they're very, like, squeaky. You can't use your skin on them. Like, fabric, yes. But if you try to use your hands, bad time. I don't know how I know this. Don't ask. Line it up perfectly. Sledding would be amazing. You could. But the thing is this is where the door was going to go. Because if somebody's walking into the structure, I want them to see the kitchen, not like the space where I might be doing shit. Because I like my personal space. And so, like, I don't want a door dead in the middle. I'm not saying, like, it can't be done. Because you could just put something here. Like on a hinge. Like, you could. But it'd be really hard to get into. Also, extremely dangerous, because if you fall out of it, you're going into a wall. So, like... yeah, my thought, honestly, is just trying to do a witch stair. And just have it on a pulley system. So, essentially, when you need it down, right? When you're done using the living space for the day, you can put it down. And then also, in case you guys didn't know, I wanted to have something. Okay, so this is a little like, this is probably my tism, but so the idea would end up being right in the dead center here. You'd have the stairs, right? And they come down, and then obviously I'm not whatever, right? So they come down in this direction. So you go up the stairs, and then you'd have like a rope or something right here hanging down, and then you just pull on the rope, and it would bring the stairs up. If you wanted to, you could keep it so you're up there and no one can get up or whatever. But what I want to do, okay, is I want to get something where, like, if the only thing I'm going to do is go up here, right? If I got, like, put a dead middle, like, you know, that's 2 feet. I kind of want to put in something, you know, where you can, like, obviously these aren't equal, but whatever, right? And then all of this is blocked off, and then you go through this area to get in, and then you can put something up. I don't know how I would do this. I could probably do something like maybe sliding pieces or something that get pulled in from either side. But my brain is like, I want this area super cozy. Like, I want this area to, like, you can just block it off. So when you get up in here, you're just in the bed, and the bed, like, is the room. And no one can see you. Even if they walk in, like, the whole thing gets closed off, which I think would be really cool. Because I don't know. I don't really know how I'd get this to work, like dimension wise. Because if this is the landing here, like a barn door, yeah, something like that. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So this is 7 feet. Is that right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Yeah, so this is a little over 7 feet. So here is where my head would be. But if I'm on the bed, I don't need to stand on a bed, obviously. But there's where my head would be. So like, yeah, it would be cool to have something that you can like pull down and close it off. Just a question: how do you read with ADHD? Because I cannot read well. It has to be interesting. If it's not interesting, then I just can't read it. Or, honestly, having to say it out loud or having to feel like I'm mouthing it can help. But honestly, it's really hard. It is. It's really hard. Problem is, the sliding door wouldn't work very well here. A swinging door?
Hello, human.
It is I, Waluigi! Oh god, I can't picture it. That's annoying. Hey, Tips. So, like, okay, so I'm trying to figure out, right?
Chips, please not the spray bottle again.
If I were to do something in the middle, roughly in the middle, and I do like a door, like how do I, there could be a seam for the main doors here. I don't know if I can hinge it. I think I can hinge a door like this, but in my brain, I'm trying to rotate this outwards. And I'm trying to figure out if that's going to scrape against the roof or not. Sorry, I'm late. I was checking out Papa Nuff's new model. Oh, how is it? No, it wouldn't work. No, it wouldn't. It'd have to be flat. So it'd have to be like this.
It's
you could do
almost
something like
time
this,
for
or it's-
dogs' hourly payment using your eyeballs.
It'd have to be something more similar to something like this. So you have this patch here, and then you have this door, and it would rotate out. I can literally only picture a sliding door. See, that's the problem. Is even a sliding door wouldn't really work because you'd have to have like maybe 2. So if it was 2 feet, right? But here's the thing. This is where the sliding door sits, right? And if you push it in, you'd only have this much coverage, right? Because you can't have a sliding door that goes through the roof. You got a chibi model? Oh, that's cool. So if you had a 2 foot, like if you had a 2 foot wide landing area, you'd need 2 sliding doors. So like for this one, you could get this one to go, you know, this high, but this one would have to be this high. I mean, obviously it's because we're not in the dead middle, right? But you get the point of like, if you slide this door out that way, it needs to be able to sit here. Yep, thanks. This is the middle point technically here. So that would be 2 feet. So you can't do it here. You'd have to do it here. Right? So that would end up being the doorway. And then the sliding door would have to be dead in the middle in order for these to go out. Because then this will go to about here when it gets pulled out. And then the same on the other end. Not a garage door, but something like it. Maybe. Because then it could go vertically. So you could have this on a track above it where it rotates backwards. It wouldn't rotate inwards, it'd rotate backwards. Does it need to be that tall? New house? Yeah, new house. Doesn't need that tall. I'm thinking of a stair height as well. Like as you're coming up, prepping to go down the stairs. See, the problem with prepping to go down the stairs is that you need to stand at the top of the stairs, because I don't want to be like hunched down every single time I'm about to go down the stairs. It's just uncomfortable and potentially dangerous. So ideally, when you get to the top of the stairs, you want it to be head clearance, right? Because if I didn't mind that, I would just do this one over here, right? I just would have done the landing thing that we already designed, like over here. I would have done that, because then, you know, there's this. The reason is putting the stairs in the middle, right? So if the stairs are in the middle when you get up into the area, there's enough clearance for your head. So because you have to stand here and then go in. Thank you for the bets. Sliding out of the bed and then going down the stairs. Yeah, it's not a bad idea, but when you go down the stairs is when you start transitioning into a standing position. So if you picture yourself getting out of bed in the morning, right? You put your feet out, you put your feet down, and then you stand up. Because that is how you're then going to go down the stairs. If you put your feet out and then you do this weird half stand where you're bent over and then you put your next foot out to go down the stairs, you're in a really weird position. You can't go downstairs until you've basically balanced yourself, and you can't balance yourself while you're crunched over. So that's why landings are a minimum of 2x2, is because when you stop or you transition, you need to be full body height. I'm used to ducking due to bunk beds as a kid. I mean, yes, but ideally you don't want to be doing that. Especially not if you're carrying things up and down the stairs, right? If you need to bring something up into this area and it might be potentially big, like, I don't know, a little TV or something like that, it's going to be super awkward to get up there. Because at this point, I've kind of decided there's a couple different ways that I could do this. Is that I can either have the same thing, which is the swing up for this, and this would be witch stairs. I could also have a pull out where there's a clearing right here under the bed, which is not a bad idea, because I think I'm getting it's a 4-inch. It's really small bed frame off of the ground, so there's going to be some room, not a lot though, and I don't think enough. But yeah. Well, actually, huh. Well, hang on. I have an idea, actually. So
Ads suck, I know. Your eyeballs pay for dog's food though.
So the thought is, remember how I said, Jesus Christ. Remember, yeah, I tried moving a lot. I kind of fucked with the thing. So you remember when I said having so here, right? After 10,000 ads. Hi, Franzi. Okay. So remember when I said this would be too much? I have an idea. Okay. So let's see if this works. Hey, can you? Yeah, that's much better. Because this will be a big step up here. This will be probably about a foot. And then another foot. So this might be like 2 feet, which I'm okay with. Because you're climbing into bed. If you're climbing into bed, right? It's okay if the bed is a bit higher than you, because it feels a little more secure that you're going up into something. So I don't mind that there's a bit of room here. And then, so this is a foot, this is 2 feet, this is 3, 4, 5, 6. So like that's good, right? That's a good amount of height. Now, I mentioned that getting down from here would suck. But this is the problem with only viewing in one dimension. If we go over here, and I've already figured for lost how far in we are. We are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 to center. So if we do this, can you fucking, okay. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 to center. So this would be 2, wait, hang on. 6 inches, 1 foot, 6 inches, 1 foot. Okay. So here's the landing. 1 foot. So this would be the landing here, right? So that's where you can stand to get up into the bed area. Now, what would be weird is essentially we can do this, right? So we have a step, second step, third step, and then this is, so we have the main landing, we have the first step, the second step, the third step, the fourth step. This is the fifth step. Okay. Right. Oh, no, wait. Yeah. Oh, no, this needs to be a landing area. Okay. So this is 2 feet because this is now a landing. Why is this a landing, you might ask? Well, because this is still 2 feet above the ground. But what you can do is you just need this thing right here as your last step. And what this can be, right? This can just be a box that you move. So you end up going down these stairs, you get to this last landing area, you turn to your right, and you can go down this step. So when you want to go up for the night, you take the box out from like a storage area, like down here or whatever. You can put it on wheels or you know, whatever the fuck you want. And then you roll it out and you put it into position, and then you lock the wheels, or you chuck it, or you put something down or whatever. And then now you have your first step, and then you can climb up without a problem. Then when you're down for the night, right, when you're down and you're doing stuff, you can take this out and you can put it in here. And then now this doesn't exist anymore, and you get this foot of space back. Now, if you're really lazy, you could just climb up on this one and it doesn't matter, right? It depends on how confident you are you're not going to have to use the bathroom that night. So that kind of solves it. Because now I would need to know where this area is here. So that is here. Okay, so is it just me? When I'm counting, I always mess up and have to start over. Nope, not just you. It's the ADHD. I have it happen all the time. I had to recount like 3 times. I was only counting 12 things. So we are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 feet. So this, ooh, I like that. Can you give me? There we go. So this right here is the box basically for the kitchen area. All right, countertops come out. I'm probably gonna do shorter countertops. I might do 1.5 feet versus 2 feet. I might need to, I don't know how I'm gonna get other things to work on that. But normal countertops are 2 feet. So this space you have here is basically only 3 feet, which is essentially a hallway, a small ass hallway. And then it goes into the back here, right? And then it goes down, and then yeah. So this isn't bad. And then what I can do is, this is 2 feet deep here. So this being 2 feet deep is really good for cabinet storage. Or like dry goods. So if you're doing like food items, the problem is I don't have space really. Like the only space I could have is this area for doing clothing, because there needs to be a place to put clothing or clothes, right? Personally, I guess that'd work. So we could have, instead of having this like thing at the base, you can run a rod right here, and then you'd have like a clothes hanger, and then you'd have your clothes here, because that wouldn't be bad. And the bed is not technically this big. This is 7 feet. Bed, the queen size bed is 80 inches. 7 feet is, I don't feel like doing math. 84. Okay, Franzi. So you'd actually have an extra 4 inches this way. And with that, you might be able to get a hanger at the foot of the bed to hang clothing on. I'm not sure if it needs 3 feet or not, though. It could be pretty close to the ceiling. Oh no, this is 3 feet. So this would be 4 feet. It'd be annoying to put up clothes, for sure. The other problem is this space becomes unused due to the bed. And I'm not sure how to utilize that space. Three feet of headroom, I feel like it's minimum. To not be claustrophobic when you're sleeping. Have the roof at least 3 feet or more above your head. So like, I can't believe we're already halfway in 2008. What? You might need to look back at the calendar. So yeah, having got it. Oh, that's really smart. Oh, that's really smart. Okay, I need to write this down before I forget. So check this out. You guys ready? So this width here is about 5 feet. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, right? And then 2 feet deep. So this is roughly how much stuff we'd be missing out on. Now, if we add hinges to the back of this, this basically becomes a box, right? And with a 2-foot hinge on the back here, you could open it up. You won't be able to open it up all the way, right? But you could open it up an okay amount. It depends on if you want to. Like if you had a folding hinge, like you could put a second hinge, a flush hinge underneath. So essentially it would go up like this and then down like this, and it would fold in on itself. which is certainly possible. So if I do another black line here, and then essentially you have one hinge here, and then this comes up, and then you have a second hinge here, and then this comes down. You probably want some sort of like latching mechanism here. And then what you could do is essentially you have this 5 foot wide, 2 foot long, 1 foot deep box, right? And then in this, you can put whatever you want. And then on top of that is this, right? Is this thing here, which essentially is going to look like a thing like this. So this is the front view. So what this will look like is this will sit on top of that box. So you can use the top of the box as a shelf, right? And then when you need to get into the box, you can... Hi, Brooke. John Cena!
Welcome back, Brooke.
Hi, Brooke. So, I was already in the process of looking up false bottoms from nightstands, but more secure. Yeah, so essentially what this would end up being is you'd have a box here with 2 hinges. So it goes up, so it can go up and then kind of come down. And then on top of this box sits basically a shelf. So you can put things here on top of the red box. Like that. So you put all the stuff here, and then you put a bunch of stuff on top of that. Then when you need to get into this box, you have to clear off this shelf and this shelf, take this off, put it on the bed or something, and then bring this up, and you can get into it. Now, this would be great for very long-term storage stuff. Blankets, comforters, you know, winter stuff, winter gear, winter items, things that like you're not going to use, right? So if you're swapping out your seasons, if you're like, okay, I need to get my shorts out, I need to get my shorts, my t-shirts out, those sort of things, it can go into the long-term storage. You do it twice a year. You put it into the long-term storage. You take the long-term storage stuff out of your view tomorrow. Oh, thank you, Rhythm. Stuff go in, stuff come out, and then you close it back up. You put the stuff back on top of it, and now you don't touch it for another like 6 to 8 months. But it is storage that can be utilized, which means that it's now not wasted space, which is great because, you know, 5 feet long, 1 feet high, 2 feet deep. You're looking at 10 square feet on the bottom, plus an extra foot. So that's 15 cubic feet of space that you would have been not using. So really cool to do that. And then, you know, obviously all of this space up here, you're not using either. Against the back wall, you know, you could put a window here, which I might do. But you could have this window right here. So you'd have like a nice little opening for light, which kind of looks really nice. I might do that. But you still have like shelving here. You know, as long as like if you're sleeping all the way against the wall on this side, you just don't stand up too quickly. Because you really shouldn't. You should be moving all the way to the front to stand up, right? You're not really standing up in the bed. But if you go back here, essentially, right? So here's the bed. So you'd have a wire line, or not a wire line, but you'd have a thing for all of your clothes here, right? You'd have 5 feet of storage for your clothes. Even if there was 2 people here, you still have 2.5 feet for your clothes, which I think is pretty good. Like, you don't need a whole lot of clothing. It's a pretty good amount of space. Push comes to shove, if you really needed more, right? If your feet are down here, you could put another one here. And then, you know, have them hanging here, like above your feet. So your feet would tuck underneath. So like, you could have more. You could have more. So many hangers that maximize space. Oh, like the actual hangers themselves? Oh, I didn't think about that. Yeah. So if you needed more space, you could put another pole at the top. And then you can, you know, have more space that way. You can also, if you could put your like trinkets and shit up here. Like phone charger, phone, personal toys, all that sort of stuff. You put all that up here, and then this space here could become it's 2 feet deep, so you could fit clothing in it. I just hate folding clothes. So you could fold clothes and put them in here. You could also technically just have this open, right? If you wanted, like if you're a person who prefers folding clothes rather than hanging clothes, you could just keep this area open and fold clothes and put them in here. And then when you need clothing, you just go to the edge of the bed, right? Look for your clothes and then pull them out. Yeah, there's a lot of shit involved with optimizing space in a structure. There's a lot. Yeah, this extra wall height was really nice to do. It's added a lot of extra functionality. I would honestly put my laundry basket there. That's the thing, is the space up there is so small. Now, wait a minute. Wait a minute. Well, hang on. What about this whole area right here? We just might have got a lot of extra room. Because I was looking at this and I'm like, no, we're not going to be functionally, like, Royal We are not functionally using this space here. But it does exist. So this point right here, right? There's 3 feet of space in this direction and 2 feet of space in this direction. Because this is like our landing area, like where we're landing to get up is right here. But this whole section here, like you can have something here. And since it's the only space you can really stand, it actually wouldn't be bad to do that as like, as a wardrobe, right? Because if you're gonna use this landing space, like if you're gonna use this landing, you should maximize the space that you can get, right? So to show you guys what I mean is this 0 step is actually technically this. Perfect mirror placement. See, in my opinion, I put a mirror over here. Because then you can look this way. Yeah, you could put a mirror here. Oh, actually, you know what you could do? Wait, okay. I am full of fucking ideas here. Aniva's actually really helping with this. So this space here is a little bit weird, right? Because it's gonna go directly into this roof line. So your usable space would end up being here. You can have a couple of options with this. You could have like you could just have this completely open. You could have like potentially like a weird door or like a folding door or like something strange. And then you could put your wardrobe in here. Because then you can stand here and get changed. right? You wouldn't have to be standing on the bed to get changed. You could be standing here to get changed. And then on the front of this potential door, you could put a mirror, right? So you'd open, I'm guessing inward, because like if you try to open it outward, you're going to be like, I don't know. It depends on the doors. You know what I mean? Because like maybe 2 smaller doors on either side. It's going to be a little awkward. It's going to be a little awkward, but I can figure out the doors later. Essentially, you'd have, I'm thinking a bifold. So like each door folds in on itself, right? So that way you can put them that way and put them that way. So that would look like what? So this is going to be a 2-foot door. So it's a 2-foot landing. So let's double this and say these are 6 inches, right? So you'd have this, right? So you'd have 6 inches in here, 6 inches in here. This would be door 1, right? And then you'd have 6 here and 6 here, and this would be door like 2, right? So then you would open it. Give it the follow. You would open it, right? And then it'd do the thing where it kind of like closes in on itself. Now, on top of this, what you can actually do is either manufacture it yourself, or otherwise, is you can take mirror sections, right? And you can put mirror sections on the bifold door, right? And then when the doors, it'd be a little more flush. When the door is opened, it might be tough to do here, because if the door opens like I think it is, which is like this, right? This is okay to have a mirror on. This might not be, depending on how far out it goes, because you're going to have some depth to the mirror. You can have a really flat silvered surface, so you have a really flat mirror, so it might be okay. But essentially what you could do is you could put these mirrors on these doors so that when they're closed, there's a mirror, so you can actually fucking see yourself and what you're wearing, and just like observe your head and functional like self before going downstairs. And that would be a bifold right here. And then inside, you could do hangers or folded clothes. I think it might be better. I'm not sure what would use the space better. Probably a combination of both. So like, anxious me would be laying my head on the foot of the bed so I could see down the stairs through the mirror. Oh, could you do that? Like over here? Maybe. I mean, the idea, honestly, is that you could technically put something like here. You could put a small door right here. This is a 2-foot by 2-foot landing area. 2-foot, 24-inch wide door. Not the most comfortable. Wait. Maybe. Could also open outwards. You really don't want doors opening out into stairs. It's a code violation. Also, you could literally just look that way, because this is just railing, essentially. All right, so you'd see the whole structure just by peeking over. Unless you didn't want to, because you could You could close this area off completely. Like that. Even if it's temporary. That feels cozier. I'd probably swap these then. Yeah. So you'd put the hanging stuff down here and then the trinket stuff up here. So the trinket stuff is up on the headboard. So like if you need to put your phone back or something, you can technically do that. My brain went to swinging door that latches to both the closet and the bedroom, but then the closet is open sometimes. Brain hurts. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. That's actually a really good idea. So you'd have it hinged here. Right? So you'd have it hinged here. And then it could swing backwards here into this area. Yeah, but it wouldn't work because if you're trying to get into the closet and the door's open, you can't get to it. Actually, no. Maybe? If you put the door here that swings that way onto the stairs and then swings back. I mean, honestly, if you were to do a door here, if it was... So it only needs to cover here. I think these are one, right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Yeah. So this is one-ish. Fuck my brain. Yeah, 6 inch. Okay, so this is, yeah, okay. 1 foot, 2 foot, 3 foot. Hang on. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 foot. Because you could put a sliding door here. Right? Because then it would just go right here. So you could have a sliding door. That would close off this space, which actually is not a bad idea because I did want this. I did want this space to be closed off. Oh, shit. Then wait, then you can put a mirror here. Then you wouldn't have to fuck with the weird mirror on the bifold. You could just put a mirror on the outside of the store. So the door slides out. You can get in and then you can close it, right? And then if you're fucking around in this location and you need to see yourself, you just grab the door and close the door, and now the mirror is directly in front of you. It's actually not a bad idea. This is really good. Two feet's not wide though. That's my only problem. But you can't do anything else unless you made the door shorter. But you really don't want to do that either, because this would be, you know, if you're landing here, this is 1 foot, 2 foot, 3 foot, 4 foot, 5 foot. Yeah, it's 6 foot. It's not bad. Would the stairs be thick enough though? I'd be scared of trying to back up and then whoop off the stairs. Oh, here? Or here? Yeah, it's a 2-foot landing. It's not a whole lot of room. Yeah, it's not a lot of room. But if you're talking about, see what obviously would be done is right here, right? On this landing area, this would all be railing. Right, obviously this wouldn't have railing because you need to go down it, but at least this area has railing. But it's not a whole lot of space. A mirror on the opposite wall of the closet. Oh, right here. Yeah, it's a bit far though. I like the concept of this door closing off the top area though. I really do. And I want to keep that actually. Because I want to feel like when I'm in bed, I go shwoop and it's closed. You know what I mean? I'm fuck, even put a lock on it. I don't know. You don't know. I don't know. It just would be more comfortable just being able to close it and lock it. And you're good, you know? There's also a thing about technically this right here can be achieved. So you wouldn't need this thing. Because this would be a first step 12-inch and the second step 12-inch. Which is technically possible. Because originally I was just going to plan on getting changed in bed. So like, if you put a wall here. Oh, wait, if you put a wall there. Oh. Oh, fucking 3D space, dude. Come on. You just put a wall here. Ta-da! Mirror. Like. I keep forgetting. Yeah, you can just, instead of having this fucking railing, you just have a wall. It's just a wall. Yeah, you just end up having this wall. Right, right here. Wall. Right? And then you can put a mirror on that. You can still have the sliding door on this. But at least if you're backing up and you really need to see more, you can just climb into the bed, I guess. And then, like, what about a door there, though? Yeah, you don't want the door swinging. I mean, does it really matter if the door swung out, though, honestly? You can also cut this back to 2 feet. Wait, is this not 2 feet? Wait. Oh, wait, fuck. This is 3 feet. No, this does not need to be 3 feet. Why did... 1, 2, 3. Yeah, this only needs to be 2 feet deep. That's plenty. So then you can make this landing 3 feet. So you have way more room. So... a sliding curtain? Yeah, that could work. It would also be temporary. Let me fix this though. This is awkward. There we go. So this would be the new landing. So this would be And then should be this like closet here. Right. So it's 2 feet deep. So honestly, probably drawers, right? 2 feet wide, 2 feet deep. That should be enough for drawers. But pulling them out, obviously, no. You gotta pull drawers out so you can. And you don't really have enough room, and then you got 2 foot drawers, and then you have a foot. No, we're not doing that. Okay. It could still be a bifold, but maybe just shelving. Honestly. Thanks, Frenzy. Have a good sleep. Oh, can I fucking F11? Nope. 12. Nope. Nope. Which? Man, how the fuck do I alt enter? No. What? Fucking. Okay, Firefox. Yeah. All right, whatever. Open shelving with organizers go a long way. Yeah, I was thinking of open shelving, honestly. The biggest... Oh, well, no. Because that could get put... No, that would be structurally sound, too. Because this would get tied into the stud here. Right, so you'd have this board coming off. And since this is going to be load bearing, right? You'd have something like this. And then probably similar for the stairs. But that does technically reduce the head height going into the kitchen. Oh boy. It still works. These could be 2x4s. It still works. It still works. It's above 6 feet, so I don't have to duck to get into the kitchen. It still technically works. Because I was just thinking of like these are boards, so they have, you know, their own depth to them. You have to account that when you're working on it. Okay. I mean, I'm fine. Because you go under, and then the ceiling is going to be up here. So this is just a little hanging. This is like a little hanging thing. The ceiling inside is still going to be comfortable. It's just, for me, you know, going underneath it, need to make sure that it's tall enough. So, yeah. So, honestly, just open shelves. You can just put, like, DVDs or books or, like, you know, those sort of things. You can put that right there. Then you put the mirror like here. You got a whole big ass fucking, you know, body mirror. I wonder. That'd be really fucking dope. That'd be really dope. Okay, so bear with me here. I love interior design. Yeah, I like it too. It's a fun challenge. Okay, so bear with me here. Watch this. You ready? So we have a bunch of these wood slats, right? So we have a bunch of wood slats. And then here's the... I didn't technically plan this correctly, but here's the wall, right? And then like This is where the bureau, the drawers or whatever. And then this is the 2 foot, 2 foot opening here. Or no, it'd technically be, so this is a 3 foot landing now. So the depth here is now 3 feet. And then the opening would still be roughly, oh. Well, actually, you can do something like this. Oh, no, you can't. Because it doesn't matter, because it's only 2 feet. Oh, no, it'd have to be 1, 2, have to be like that. You could technically close that up, but 2 foot opening. I think my bathroom door opening is 2 feet, so I could go check and see. But you'd have that, right? So that's a 2 foot opening. So that's this area here, and then you have this wall that goes all the way over. So you have this 3 foot landing here. You have this edge, right? This is where the mirror is going to be, or whatever. Then I was thinking, right? Watch this. You could have a rail, like if you have the ceiling go up to match right here or something, you can have this bar that goes across the head, right? So it'd be probably like way the fuck up here. You'd have this bar that goes across the head, and these planks of wood would hang from it. The bar goes around the outside. So when you open it, you get this, you get the weird, like, yeah, effect of these planks rotating around. You need to have them technically beveled slightly. So you'd have them actually more like this. Right? So when they're rotating, they can actually fit. Like, I can... Yeah, my brain, for some reason, isn't doing the thing that it needs to do. There we go. So you can have this, right? As it's rotating around, like around the edge. You can have a door system that's kind of like that. And essentially what that means is you'd have this door that when you open it, it's a sliding door, but you can open it and it will wrap around. Now, technically speaking, it doesn't really matter, because like, if this is tall enough, you could just have, where is it? You could just have a door floating out here. Like, it doesn't really matter as long as your head doesn't hit it, right? But it could be a little weird. But yeah, you could have a, you know, as a temporary solution on building the structure, because building a doorway like that is going to be a nightmare. As a temporary solution, you can just have a rod or something, like a shower curtain or whatever, and just open and close it. Because the real solid piece is going to be that door that goes into the bedroom, air quotes, area. And then that can get slid open and then slid close, you know, whenever. And then this can be drawn close. Wow. Okay. Oh, rip. Goodbye, 40,000 kibble. I need to stop looking at the drawers. I keep thinking of tilting designs. Oh. Are we talking about the one in here? Because a tilting design could work, but again, they can't come out because you're going to stand here. Royal you, whatever. The people are going to stand here as if this is a person's house. Because if you stand here, right, and you're accessing the drawers, there's no room for them to come out. So even if they are like angled or whatever, like it'd have to be something that like kind of turns that way, and it wouldn't work. Because the concept of this is that you can back up here, like this being 3 foot here is still nice. Now keep in mind, obviously you only have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Oh well, I guess okay. So this is 6 foot here, right, and this is 5 foot here. So like if I'm gonna be using these, I have to bend over to get in, right? It's more comfortable, but I still only have standing space equal to the 2 feet here. So like drawers could come out a foot, but other than that, they're useless. Just having open shelving here, I think, would be the best idea. Not sure what would go on the ground, though. No, a rug is no. A rug is a good idea. I'm talking about like storage wise, right? So if you have a shelf here, what is going in the storage here? That would probably be a bin, right? Because that would be, because you know, bend over, like just grab it and pull it out. Like you can sit on the bed and then you can reach down, grab it and like pull it out, or I can reach down, grab it and pull it out, right? So like that's not a bad thing, but I'm just trying to figure out the usefulness of having storage there and what it could be used for. I guess anything really. Small propane. Fucking, I got boxes of shit over here that I don't really use. So yeah, okay. Slippers. Oh wait, that's a really good idea. Wait, that's a, yeah, because when you get into bed, you want to put the slippers away, and then if you're going downstairs and it's kind of cold because you didn't turn the heating up a lot because you don't want the space to be too warm at night, cost of solar. Yeah, having slippers there would actually be really good. Feet height. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Things go on your feet though. I think that would slip on. Like having slippers there would be good. I guess you would just have it be like a foot high or like 8 inches high. Something where the slippers are kind of the height of it. And then the hard bottom slippers are what I'm imagining. Yeah. Something where it's like just like 8 inches or so high. And then the bottom of the first shelf starts at that. So the first shelf would at least be a little bit of the height off of the ground. Okay. Okay. This can work. So I can put the batteries here. That's actually not a bad idea. I need to look at the dimensions of it though. Let's see. Do we have a dimensions? $100, just the box. What's shipping? All right. Here we go. 740 long, 440 millimeters wide. Is 1.5 feet. Okay. Progress? Yeah, significant progress. Yeah, this has been really useful. This has actually been extremely useful. I don't, honestly, I'm not a fan of losing this extra 2 feet. However, that being said, this 2 feet I lost to get up here was originally going to just be reserved anyway in the previous design. So I didn't really lose 2 feet. Instead, what happened was the bed turning sideways gave me the stairwell. So I didn't actually, in my original design, I haven't lost anything. I've gained a shit ton of stuff because I was not originally going to have this. Now I have a way to get up there and like all this other fancy smancy stuff that definitely 100% was not going to exist last time. So, and it's not really a total loss. Because what is this now? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So, 8 feet. It's not the best, but it's minimum. Because what I have here, what I'm in right now, is 8 by 8. So, this is like the minimum space. Why? Okay. So this is the minimum space. So this will be 8 by, oh god. Is this long ways? Wait, which way's long ways? Is this 8 by 12 or 8 by 11? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. So it's 8 by 11. Okay. So that's pretty good. Again, I could technically have this stair cut in half like so. So this would be the first step, and this would be the second step. Can I see? Let me see that. 2 foot by 2 foot by 2 foot corner stair. It's not like that. It's an interior corner. I don't know if that'd work though. What are you drawing up, Asana? No, this is a tiny house. This is a tiny house, and I'm working on trying to compact as many things as I can while still maintaining a good area. And I'm trying to figure out what the minimum split to have on a landing for a corner stair. Yeah, it's something. Okay. So basically, I'm just going to go ahead and screen cap this so I can show you guys what's in my head. So this, my first thought was a fan conversion, but the dimensions are off. Yeah. So this would be, I think, now this is probably more of a 2.5 by 2.5 foot. Because having 2 foot stairs, really narrow, by the way. It just is. But having the landing kind of look like this, where the last set, that square area, is essentially what that might end up being. And I don't know if the dimensions for that are going to be okay. I think that's just going to be something I have to try myself, because these are 1 foot rise per step, which is a pretty tall stair. Probably closer to a ladder, But I can deal with it. Anything over the foot, I'm starting to get uncomfortable. I think a foot is, yeah, I'm fine with that. But having the landing be like that, I think would be really helpful to cut down. Yeah, my front stairs are like this. Yeah. If I keep it 2 though, I could also use it as more storage. Right? Like, fucking, where am I? Yeah, right here. If I kept it as a 2-foot landing and added a 1 in front of it, like originally designed, then when the thing in front of it gets moved, this could still be storage space. But I can also just put the battery under here. Oh, no, I can't. Yes, I can. If I do a corner split like that, I lose the storage that I could potentially have by not having it like that. Be utility space. I have most of the utilities outside. And there's like, so the hot water, the water storage, the pump, the pressure tank, most of the hot waters, most of the water things are outside in an encapsulated, insulated area. So I don't need that. The only thing that I think I could use here, which I'm still thinking about, is because it's close to the edge of the structure, it can be more heavy. So I'm thinking about putting the solar battery right here, because I won't interact with the solar battery that often. I just shouldn't have to. And then I could put like the I could put the charge controller like way the fuck up here. Nah, I might hit my head on it though. I'll have to see. Outside. Yeah, so the reason why the structure is the way that it is that it's the maximum square footage that can be classified as not needing a building permit within the state. So in order to save space inside of the structure, I've moved everything to an external. I don't think it's on this one. I have an external thing. So if I just, here, I'll show you. So if you just, wow, okay, that was a straight line. So if this is the structure, there's going to be a separate mini structure that is going to house the 2 rainwater collection tanks. It's going to house the hot water heater. It's going to house over these. It's going to have propane tanks for the hot water heater. And then over on here, it's going to have the water pump and then the water pressure tank. And essentially these are going to get fed into the house right here. And then there's going to be, all of this is going to be insulated. Right. And then there's going to be a hole essentially where a fan's going to get connected that can pull in warm air from the main structure out into here so things don't freeze. So all of that is out here in order to save from the space within the structure, because this is not inhabitable. So it doesn't count against the square footage of the main one. I could put the electrical stuff out here, but I do not want to put anything electrical near the water. So for me, the electrical stuff works best nearer-ish room temperature. So having the battery inside, because it's a lithium battery. Welcome back, Duno. Because it's a lithium iron phosphate battery, it's going to be within the structure itself. And that needs to stay warm so it can charge. So that will be, I mean, honestly, I could put it just in here in the stairs and then just never touch it again. It needs a place to exist. And the depth of this, actually, I didn't check. The depth is 740 millimeters. So 740 is 2.5 feet. So it's gonna stick out slightly. Huh. Can I use that to my advantage? No, probably not. Well, it's roughly 2 feet wide, so I could just have it going this way. Okay. Yeah, I could do that. So this is going to be 2.5 feet. So it's going to come out like this. So this would be the side of the battery. The face would be this way. We'd have... I really want this area to be food storage, though. Like, I can take... What is happening to the kibble? Minus 4,830. Yeah, it's tanked at the floor right now. It is literally never going to get any lower. Have you already decided on what battery you're getting and what charging system you're using? Yes. So I have done, before this, when it came to my e-bike and a bunch of other things, I've become very intimately familiar with batteries. Buying prefabbed batteries is a rip-off. Like, really, 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 really bad. DIY batteries are a bit spooky. There are in-betweens. I'm going to go ahead and grab the one that I'm looking at. And then I'm going to go ahead real quick and kill this. Just in case it does any geo shit with my address. I look good. Okay. So, for the battery system, they're not paying me. I should probably mention. For the battery system, you can get this DIY box. Now, this DIY box with these cells, so this is 16,000 kilowatt hours for less than $2,000. It is, if you've ever worked with solar stuff, if you've ever worked with battery capacity, you'll know how good this is. Now, the problem with this is that it costs about $500 to ship, which is not good and very expensive. You can get more for the same shipping cost. I think you can get to like $5 for the $500. But you're spending a lot of money and I don't have that much money. Now, what is in here are Eve battery cells. So these are 208s, 314s, or 306s, right? So with the Eve battery cells, however, they make up a majority of the weight. And you can get just the box and the BMS for like $900, pay significantly less in shipping, and then buy the Eve battery cells on Amazon, right? Yeah, on Amazon, if you have Prime, you can get free fucking shipping. And when you're buying hundreds of pounds of things, you can really milk that fucking free shipping on Amazon Prime. Hang on, let's see if I can bring it up. Let's see if I can find it. 306 amp hour Eve cell. $306. 8 pieces. Let's see. It looks like these ones might be working it into the cost. Let's see. 280 amp hour. Yeah, some of these. Let's see if I can get this. No, it's a little less than that. 105. Oh, it's because they're 330 capacity, which is really good. Which is higher than what even these guys have. I don't know if that's accurate though, but it definitely could be. $104 per is not that bad. I'd like to see less. But 105, 320. That is better bus bars though. What do they use in this box? Are they using posts? Sorry, I can't show you just yet. Sorry for all the questions. No, you're fine. Does the box also come with the heating elements, the temperature sensors, and on the BMS? So because this box is going to be stored indoor, I actually don't need it. And yeah, the BMS is pretty good. The BMS for this one is a JK something or other. It's really good. And it does look like these are posts. So that should be fine. Just give me one more second. I'm just double checking here. Okay. All right, we're good. So what we're looking at right now is if these are correct and these are true, These are 330 amp hours for about 104 a pop. So you need 16, obviously, to create the whole thing. So you're looking at about $1,600 for all of the batteries, but that would equal out to 330 times 52. So that's 330 times 52, 17,000 kilowatt hours. Why everything double? What do you mean? And you can probably maybe get better, but here's the kicker, is that with this, you don't pay for shipping. And that is fucking huge. Because the shipping on these batteries alone would cost you hundreds of dollars. You don't really want to fuck over your dude, like, who's delivering these. Oh, there you go. You don't really want to, like, get a shit ton of these. You can. I would go out and help the dude, unpacking it. But you don't have to pay for shipping on these. And that's a lot of money. Hi, Grimmy. How are you? So, yeah. So, basically, what you do, right, is you buy the box and the BMS. Or the box if you already have a BMS or whatever. Because they're charging you... They're charging you $400 for the BMS. Really? All right, hang on. There's no way. Is it because of all the, like, what are they doing? Okay. It's because of, I think it's because of all the electrical stuff. I'm not entirely sure. But it is quite a bit extra to just pay for that in the BMS. So I mean that's ultimately that's up to whoever's getting it. If you're going for a massive battery like that, are you going to use it for a massive solar wind setup? Yes. Solar setup. This is going to be a full-time structure. 16 kilowatt hours is not going to last me as long as you'd think. 16 kilowatt hours is good for sure, but I stream for a living, right? That's already a pretty substantial usage, right? My system right now, hang on. Second. Somewhere. Okay. So right now, I'm using about 250 watts. When I stream games, like when I do video games, I'm using around, I think, 400 watts at peak. So I'm using about a kilowatt every 2 hours. So if I stream, I'll probably be using roughly 2 kilowatts in my stream time. So that's that, but also the refrigerator and the lights and the this and the that, right? So it's not bad by any means, but it definitely won't keep up for the very long periods sometimes, especially in the spring where there's just no sun. Now, initially I was going to do a second battery just to really be able to punch through those days. However, literally last week, or literally 3 or 4 days ago, we just got out of a period of time for 10 days without direct sunlight. It was overcast, cloudy, near raining for 10 days straight. So what I've decided to do is, instead of getting a second battery, I'm just going to get a shit ton of solar panels, because I found in around the region where my father lives, there's a dude who's selling I think 400 watt panels for 90 bucks a pop. New. So I can get 4,000 peak 4,000 watts for $900. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to grab 8,000 watts of solar panels to install. And then the idea is that even if they're 10% of their normal rated output combined, I can still get 800 watt hours into the battery. So even if I'm only getting 10% from the solar, it's still enough from the solar to charge, to use everything in the structure outside of the computer and charge the battery. What company? No idea. I could look, but I have to turn off my screen. Hang on. You can get a generator as a backup and some charge controller inverters automatically. Yes, I will also have a generator as a backup. The idea, though, is I never want to have to use the generator because I want to not have to buy gas, essentially. I would rather overkill the system and never have to use gas than rely on having a backup. Having the backup is like emergencies, like, I don't know, a hailstorm knocks out two of the solar panel. I don't know, you know, something like that. Let me go check, though. Ba, 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 ba. Give me a second. So, oh, holy shit. Somebody's getting rid of 580 watt bifacials for $100 a pop. What? Racked but never energized. Revised pricing due to high demand from lower quantity purchasers. All quantities of 4 or more are priced at 100. Oh, wow. Never energized, racked in the field, taken down, no info or warranty. That's crazy. That's really good. Looking for the ones that I don't see them though. What? Oh, holy shit. $350 for 2,450 watt panels. 180 for 100. No. No, $100 for 580 watt bifacials. $100 for a 580 watt bifacial. Oh, human about to fucking feast. And then I found another one where an entire pallet of 20 is going for panels are not perfect. All will have cracks in the glass. Fair. But anyway, I don't know what the brand is. But they're good. It was a reputable brand. It was either in a Samsung or an LG or something like that. Like, I don't remember who it was, but it was one of those brands where you go, oh, I know that name. Yeah, and before they've been around a bunch. No, they're brand new. $100 for 580s were brand new. They never got used. I don't know if they're just trying to recover costs on them or something. I should really hang on, actually. I'm gonna open that back up because that's really good. I need to look at that again. I think it's in a couple of states away though. It was listed 3 weeks ago. Oh, nice. Oof. Oof. That's a drive. Oh. Damn, those are some good ass panels though. That's fucking tough. I know. Hang on. Let me go to my other browser. Give me 1 second. Oh, was it Hyundai? I think it was Hyundai. Was it Hyundai? Yes, it was Hyundai. So they were... Well, were. See if they still have them on their site. Oh, somebody got all of them. That's crazy. Well, they were $95 for 390 watt single-sided Hyundai Dual Max monocrystalline panels. So they were pretty nice. Apparently, they've been sold out. That sucks. But it is what it is. You keep an eye on the market. Okay. Oop. I would have gone all in. I mean, spoiler alert, the market literally can't get only lower. Yeah. The market literally can't go lower. It crashed. So you could actually buy 100 more stock. $1,000 is bottom. Yes, 1,000 is rock bottom. If you go in the chat, eventually you'll see something where it's like a dog vermin bailout. It won't go any lower than 1,000. Another backup would be wind. Yeah, unfortunately, I live in the middle of the woods, so won't work. Can you want to even buy more as a treat? Oh no, you can't buy for another hour. Yeah. Oh shit, banana could wreck the kibble market. Woodwind. But yeah. That's gonna be fucking terrifying. That's gonna be terrifying. Yeah, because stocks, what did they go up to? Like 60K before it crashed? Something like that? What about a charge controller? Going for a hybrid? Yes. The one that I'm going with is... Hang on, let me... It's actually a really nice one. It's kind of the OEM's brand. It is a LV6548. So again, gotta turn this off just because doxing shit. Okay. So LV 6548 is a, I believe technically no, it's not 6,500 watts. I believe it's 8,000. It's a 4,000 input from both sides. It is a hybrid, so it takes PV in and will charge batteries and use to go out into the actual thing. I did a lot of summer planning when I was thinking about moving into a box fan. Yeah. So here's the spec sheet here. See how it's, oh, it's 6,500. It's not. Right here in the spec sheet, it literally just tells maximum PV array is 2 4,000 inputs. So this can get up to 8,000 watts, which you really don't need. But the advantage is having 2 different solar arrays at 4,000, which will be really, really good, because essentially what I'm going to do is I'm going to have one array at 4, one array at 4. And the intent is that on really, really cloudy days, I'm going to switch on the second array to add more power. And then on really, really bright days, I'm going to switch off the other one. Probably I'm going to try to do it more automatically, so I don't have to do it. But yeah, it's a combo unit. So it doesn't have... There you go. So you can kind of see there, or not. Thanks. As soon as I go into the corner, oh, is it going to do the thing? I think it will. Okay. Okay, there you go. So it's a combo unit. So you have the batteries here, which are apparently not hooked into the... Oh, there it is. It's on the bus bar at the bottom there. And then it goes up into the unit in the back. So there's main in, which you can see is the green and the white. And then there's battery out. And then there's main out as well. If I was not rushed into an apartment when homeless, I would have moved into a van or maybe a boy. Van is definitely going to be better. Maintenance costs on a post are really, really, really high. So essentially, this is a hybrid unit. So I can take my PV input and be good. And then power goes to a battery. And then the extra goes. And then the main stuff goes into a breakout box, which will have all of the circuitry and stuff. I want to make a thing that interfaces with photoplankton to follow the sun with panels someday. Oh, that'd be interesting. They have sun tracking panels. The cost to benefit isn't good enough though. They're kind of a pain in the ass. So not a lot of people use them. When you need really, really, really high efficiency, they're good to use. But panels are so cheap, you can just put more panels on. If you have room, if you're suffering for room, then you kind of can. Then having a tracking unit would be better. But for the most part, it's not that bad. So yeah. So the battery's going to go down there. There's not going to be a whole lot of room up here. That's fine. Yeah, sun tracking is good if you don't have infinite room. Yeah, exactly. I have a lot of room because I'm in the middle of the woods. So I'm not too worried about it. So battery will go here. I don't know quite how I'm going to get it in. I'll probably do a post here, maybe. I'm not quite sure. Because this will stick out. Like, it'll stick out because it's 2 feet and change on the wall. That's kind of the main problem there. It's 2.5, so it's going to be like sticking this far out, which is going to be a little weird. I could do it vertically, but then the wires get wonky. Well, here's the thing. Given that you are a living, breathing creature, it would be really cool for space travel, especially if it just worked mechanically. Oh, yeah, absolutely. Yeah. Oh, big doggo. Yes, thank you, Banana. So... Oh, wait. Hang on. Okay. Also, I think that you might find having more power than you can use. Yes. So, there's kind of two things here. I can't sell it because I can't be grid tied. Because there's a whole shit ton of regulation that comes with that. I could... No, because then I have to transfer it. I can't sell it. So, the idea, essentially, is that I almost never want to use the battery. I almost never want to use the battery. The battery is overflow. And I very well could. But I need to account for days where the sun's not going to be out very much. Because like I said, we literally had a third of a month where I didn't see the sun. And if I'm getting 800 watts from that, I am done. Anytime now. By the way, hi Pancake. I guess it didn't go through. Scammed. I don't know what happened. I'll have to look into it. It is open, isn't it? Wait, what? Oh.
Pog Online Poggers.
I apparently hit a button. Sorry about that. So hopefully the minimum power output of the array during cloudy times. A regular sun a day, would you make like 24,000 kilowatt? No. On a regular sunny day, my peak kilowatts are going to be 8,000 at most.
A beam.
Okay. I'll be peaking at 8. And 8 is still going to be significantly more than what I'm going to use. Oh, for the day. I'm doing 4 times 8. Yeah, 24. Yeah, roughly. No, 816. I should be 20 or 32,000 kilowatt. No, sorry. If I'm using one panel set, because I'm not using the other panel set, then I will be at about 16,000 kilowatt hours, right? No, 4,000, 8,000, 12,000, 16,000. Yeah, I'll be at about 16,000 kilowatt hours. For the day and change, but probably somewhere. I'm doing my 4-hour window, 4 to 6 hours. 4 hours of peak, 6 hours of fall off. Yeah. So I'm not going to use all 8,000. The hilarious thing is that the extra 4,000 watt hour panels, the extra 4,000 watts from the other set of panels, literally only exists because of cloudy days. Because it's cheaper for me to buy 10 panels to get 4,000 watts than it is to buy another battery. So the idea is that if I built a big enough solar array, then even technically speaking, if I built a big enough solar array, even at night, I could have more power than I needed. You know what I mean? Because of the reflect, like a full moon, whatever. But the idea basically is that no matter how cloudy it gets, I should have enough power to run most things, right? So originally, like the original idea was to have a 4,000 watt panel. And that was what I was going to use. So I'd get, probably probably about 20,000 kilowatt hours in a day. And that's what I would use, right? So if my battery was empty, it'd fill my battery and I'd be good, right? So if I ran it dry, there it is. If I ran it dry during like a storm or something like that, then the next day, one full sun cycle day, it'd be all the way charged back up. Here's the problem, is that to run without substantial energy for 10 days was more than what my battery could handle. And I realized that if I was running 10%, like if I had 10% charge from the panels, I'd still be getting about 400 watts per hour, which is just not enough for me to be comfortable with. So I realized that it was less expensive to buy 10 more solar panels for $900 than it was to buy a battery for like $1,800, right? Remember, having panels in the sun but not connecting them can damage them. Not if the electricity is being run to ground. So the idea is that it will produce electricity, and when I'm not using them, then the electricity it generates just goes to ground. So there's no like resistance. There's no backflow. Any extra energy that I'm not using from those panels just goes into the earth. That is just one gigantic battery. It's still going to be in the sun. Yeah. It's still going to be in the sun, right? It's still going to, yeah. But the panels are going to last 20 years. Like, I'm good. I can buy another set of panels in 20 years. You know what I mean? I'm not too worried about the degradation because the panels are going to more than likely be new. So they're going to have a huge ass warranty on them. And I'm hoping that at some point my streaming career will let me have a house. But so yeah, I'll have them out. I'll have a bunch of solar panels when the days are really cloudy and really bad. You have soundproofing in your room? No. In this? No. Here? Also no. So even in the worst days, I should be generating about 800 watts per hour, which I don't think I'll be using all of, but I think I will be using more than when like this mini split turns on. Right? I hear a really annoying ring. Oh yeah, that's the AC unit. That's why. I don't think it takes decimals. Yeah, the AC unit in the background kicks on. I can turn on a filter that kind of helps with that. But it makes my voice normally much more tingy. Yeah. Also, that doesn't work either. So, from your talking, I can hear rings. From your speeches, the end of the sentences. Yeah, because it cuts out. So, like, here, if I turn off the noise gate, I'll show you. That's 48. Wow. If I turn off my noise gate, there's sounds. Because the fan is on and the computer is on and everything else is on. So what you're probably hearing is right before my voice finishes, you're hearing empty sound. So I can set the release to 10 milliseconds. It just feels abrupt. And now the AC is on. So like if I turn off the noise gate. Yeah. So having a massive solar array means that I should have enough power even on cloudy days. And then the battery's purpose will only be for nighttime. The battery's purpose is going to be running. So I'm not going to have a wood stove. I should probably also clarify. I'm not going to be running a wood stove in this because of the amount of space it would take up. I'm going to be running a mini split. And the mini split is going to be using a decent amount of electricity. Now, what did I want to do? I wanted to figure out what I could put here to distribute the load. This could probably just be a 2x4 on its side. Like so. What is the height though? 260. Just in case. It's a little bit under a foot. Okay, so we'll be good. Now check the temperature ranges the mini split can operate in. Yeah, it's -20 and 140. So we don't get colder. Like we don't really get colder than -6 here. So the efficiency is gonna fucking fall off a cliff. 100%. But the goal for this particular structure is to have it incredibly well insulated. So the walls are 2x6s instead of 2x4s. The roofing system I think is going to be 2x10s. So it'll have really nice thick insulation in both the walls and the ceiling. I'm going to be having 2x6, no, 2x8 or 2x10s. I can't remember. Pretty thick floors because the span is super long. Essentially the span itself is, oh, I guess I didn't have it in this one. The span is this, right? So we're gonna have a post here and a post here. So this is a 12-foot span, essentially. So I think it might be a 2x10. It's been a little bit. I've moved from section to section on this, but this joist is gonna be really big. It's going to be not filled all the way. It's going to be filled most of the way with insulation. Then there's going to be an air barrier. And then there's going to be board insulation. Like that. The thing is going to be fucking locked in. Yes, foam board. Yep. So we're going to have foam board underneath the structure. And then on top of that foam board, we're going to have the main insulation. And then there's going to be an air gap, which actually significantly helps both with moisture and with an insulation rating. And then it's going to go the actual subfloor above that. Floors don't usually bleed heat. No, but they bleed cold. Because it's going to be air conditioned too. So it's and also because this is going to be open. Like, this is not going to be closed off. This is all going to be open air. So there's going to be a lot of draft under the structure. So it's just good to, you know, just in case. You're not wrong. Doesn't normally bleed heat. It's not a huge, you know, problem. But if you can keep it as warm as possible, because I'm going to have hardwood, it's good on the toast. But the big selling points are basically going to be, I don't think I'm going to foam board the outside. I'm not entirely sure. It's going to get really expensive if I do that. It'll help with thermal bridging on the 2x6s, but I'm not sure if I'm going to. How many new monsters did they add to Monster Hunter World? Oh, you probably mean Wild. The most recent update they had Mizusune, they had Zoshia, and then Arc Tempered right now. I don't know if they've had any more updates though. Oh, Zoshia? I don't have a problem of keeping stuff cold here. Kinda. My apartment doesn't even have an AC. Yeah, so this one, I live in a region, I live in the Northeast, and our temperatures swing wildly. Like we had a heat wave that came in last year that was 95 with like 70% humidity. It was bad. It was really bad. So the space definitely needs to be air conditioned. Now I've looked into maybe getting really small stove, maybe, like a wood burning stove as a backup. Haven't settled on the idea yet. Or having a gas backup or something, you know what I mean? I haven't settled on the idea just yet because I'm not exactly sure how efficient or inefficient the mini split is going to be in colder operating temperatures. I don't know the Fahrenheits. Oh God, 95, mid 30 C. Holy shit, I was dead on. Yeah, 35 C. Not hot if you're in dry heat, really bad if you're in high humidity. It was really bad. We're talking like 70%. Probably not 80, probably about 70% humidity, which is just, ugh, it's gross. It's terrible. It's terrible and gross and disgusting, and I hate it. Yeah, that's about it. That of the hottest part of the summer. Anything above like 25 to 26 is hell. You know, like, have to go to sleep. Good rest of the stream. Oh, thanks, Janelle. Have a good eep. Yeah. Yeah, so. Oh, I could technically bump this landing out, actually. Coldest I've been is minus 40, and I remember that for nerdy reasons. Oh, because minus 40 Fahrenheit and minus 40 Celsius are the same. Yeah. Well, that's my thoughts for what the nerdy reason would be. So it got up to 40 C in Louisiana last year once. Jesus Christ. Yeah, that's gross. And Louisiana too, right on the Gulf. Yeah. I made like 3 swamp coolers. Ugh. Yeah, it was cold as hell. I was in the military at the time. After that, I don't like the feeling of cold anymore. I used to complain to my ex, why do I live in a place that hurts my face? No. The air hurts my face. Why do I live in a place where the air hurts my face? I'm thinking about maybe bumping this out more here. Because this is ceiling stuff, yeah? I mean, yeah. I think it's 1 foot. That's not a lot. Stairs could go up to 2.5. It would increase the width. If I turned that into a pantry. Probably need a post here. Hi, Allie. I'd rather deal with that kind of cold than be sweating. Yeah, that's fair. Yeah, that's fair. So when I planned my van, I had 4 heating options planned, just because I'd rather die hot than old. Fair. So I'm thinking like this could be bumped out more and then a post could come down. That would let the stairs rest on this post here. And then this could go into the wall here. Cold, not old. Oh, well, yeah. That would give this landing area more width. The stairs could stay the same. But then there's this whole section here, which is a foot deep. No, the stairs are going to stay the same, so it wouldn't be that. Just this would be deep. It'd be back. It'd be on the back side of this. So this would come out. But it wouldn't need to. Oh, I could make that fucking 4 feet, like. Or I switch my mind to Celsius instead of just converting in my mind constantly. There. I went to the mall today and spent all my money on clothes at Spencer's. I'm a broke bitch now. Did you need clothes? What? Clothes there can be pretty cute. So like, okay. 8 feet. Yeah, not having that. I can't really do that. Do 2.5. It's gonna be small though. They have pride clothes and flags too. I had to guess them. Oh, nice. My wardrobe is very Phineas and Ferb core. It's just like 10 pairs of jeans and rainbow polos. That's funny. I'm not gonna lie. I at some point in my life want to get rid of all of my clothing, which I won't do, and then just buy the same everything. Just the same everything. I find one pair of pants that I like, and I just get 10 of them. And I find a pair of shirts that I like a shirt type that I like, and I just get like 10 of them. That's what I did. I want to do that. I want to do that because like dude, it's so nice. Yeah, you just grab pants, grab shirt, and that's it. You don't ever have to worry about matching or anything. Just pants, shirt, done. The only downside is you can't remember what you wore and what you didn't wear, so you have to be good about like putting it in the clothes basket. I wear a lot of baggy pants. I'm an emo bitch. That's fair. I used to wear a lot of cargo when I was a kid. I mean, I do though, so no problem. Yeah, there you go. Okay. I mean, it could be a cantilever. Cargo pants are where it at. Yeah, I like cargo pants. I like baggy and skin tight, but I need baggy hoodie if I'm wearing tight pants. Okay, yeah, I could see that. Cargo pants and then like a band t-shirt. I just wore black tees. I wore blank black t-shirts or a big ass hoodie. I'm wearing an Avril Lavigne shirt right now. I'm flashing back to all the band shirts that people used to wear when I was younger. Because of my weight, I'm just full of dad mode t-shirts and jeans. That's honestly completely valid. Total mood. I get it. Can I do that though? Oh, I'm going the wrong way. This wall would need to be detachable. I'd have to set this up on some sort of system that can lock in place because trying to get things up onto this area is going to be kind of a pain in the ass, especially like getting a mattress up there. So this wall is going to have to be detachable to some degree. Everybody's amazing and she is gorgeous. How old is she now? She was around when I was younger. Wait, hang on. Oh god, I gotta know this now. I'm sorry guys, I gotta know. She's 40. Look at them ears. So she was born in 84. So in 2010, she was 26. Yeah, that seems about right. 8 years. 8 years. 9 years. No, because if there's a post there, I'm just gonna fucking walk into it. Yeah, no. She used to be 40. Yep. Some fan I am. Makes you feel any better. I'm a fan of Metallica, and they're in the like late 50s, early 60s or something. So I'm thinking of like a pantry here. Yeah, because you wouldn't be able to get underneath that. That has to be a this. I swear she was 27 a month ago. Yeah, no, that was 13 years ago. Yeah, that was a while ago. So, oh, it doesn't matter because that space was already considered gone. So this is under stair 1 and 2. Is that correct though? 1 and 2 here. This would be the edge of the. I mean, it could rotate it that way. I guess. No, I couldn't. Yeah, no, I couldn't. Okay. That's crazy. Where's the time gone? That's a good question.
It's almost time for dog's hourly payment using your eyeballs.
Because, well, here's the question. I'm trying to. Because you're either around my age or you're significantly younger than me. And I don't know which. Okay. Oh boy, pantry time? Yeah, I'm trying to figure out where the best, because I want to use these, I want to utilize the stairs to the maximum degree that I can. If they're going to take up space, they'd be fucking useful, right? So having them as some sort of storage is nice. The idea is that, how deep is a pantry? It only needs to be like a foot deep, right? What's 1 foot? Like that's 16 inches. That feels pretty deep. How long is a box of pasta? What does the top down look like again? It looks like this. So I was thinking about like trying to put it in here, but that's 2 feet deep. I could put it here, which is 1 foot. It'd be 1 foot by 2 feet, which is an okay size for a pantry. It'd be 1 feet by 1 feet deep, 2 feet wide, and like 6 foot tall. Like that's pretty fucking big for just a pantry. The problem is I would ideally, okay, ideally what I would want to put here is the fridge, which might fit. Hang on. 1, 2, 3, 4 foot. 5 foot if it's here. It could fit. Hang on. 2 feet deep. That sounds like my kind of night. I have LT11C 2000 feet. Jesus Christ. All right, hang on. LT LT11C 2000B. Got it. Okay, what is your height? It is 65 inches tall, which is about 5.5 feet, which 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.5. No! shit. It could be partially recessed. It could be partially recessed. It basically look like this. The problem is if you do something like that, you don't have any room. You can't. Right? Because that would come out here, essentially. And you'd have not unless I knocked these back. It's possible if I knock the countertops back. Which I can do. I can turn them into 18-inch countertops instead of 24-inch deep countertops. So, like, it'd go here instead. Well, I love that. Thanks. And then that would give us still not a whole lot of room though. I think it's how deep is it? Yeah, it's 28 inches deep. So it's actually over. It's actually over 24 inches. Wow, that market does not want to go up. Because this is 6, 12, 18, 24 inches, and it still doesn't have enough room. It'd have to go under the second one. It'd have to go under the second one. And the second one... Well... I mean... If I did that... No, because it's 5.5 feet. It's not going to fit at all. Shit. Yeah, it's not going to work. Oh boy. Before. Hang on one second.
Ads suck, I know. Your eyeballs pay for dog's food though.
Maybe just have that be a floating countertop to have it be intended to give more room. Floating countertop couldn't be bad. No, because if I can't use it for that, I would use it as a pantry instead. So... Oh my god, I hate this thing. So the biggest problem we're kind of running into here is that this space is very small. This is 3 feet. This is like minimum width for a hallway. So you're basically working in a hallway. Now it could be 3.5 feet if I do this, you know, and I cut the countertops back, which makes it much more comfortable. Now you don't have as much countertop room to work with, and that's fine, right? But this is still, I think, still like 7 feet of countertops. You know, obviously you're going to need like potentially a gas range and a sink, right? You're going to need the actual countertop space to work on, but you're also going to need a refrigerator. Now, the thing is that you can cut this into the refrigerator and then only have 5 feet. But I'll tell you right now, 5 feet of countertop space, not a lot when you got to put in a sink and a stove and a whole lot of other stuff, right? So if you put that there, you could do this as well and turn this into a countertop space. Which would be much better. Why didn't I do that before? Oh, it's because this area gets really small. But with this, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So 6. So that's 3.5 feet. So this is literally just a 3.5. Like, you're just gonna stand here, right? Because I'm 2 feet. 1, 2, 3, 4. Right. This is me. This is me as a person. Right. You're literally just gonna stand here and rotate. There's like no room to do anything else. Yeah, you'd literally only be able to swivel, which is not bad. I mean, everything would be within reach, right? Actually, because then I could put, you could put like a gas range here. It had to be really small though. Hang on. I'm looking at, something that can drop in. Something small. Because they sell things that like go in the countertops themselves, which is kind of cool. Just need a baby gate to keep other people out of the kitchen. Like the dog. Okay, what is this? I'm just gonna 24-inch. Yeah, but I need product dimensions. Easy to wash out. Like, I'm gonna have a fucking wash. Product dimensions, bitch! Yeah, I know it's 24 inches wide. I want to know how deep it is. Cutout dimensions. See, 19 inches deep. This is what I'm talking about. Like, getting the right drop-in stovetop. I mean, no. Am I okay here? Yeah, I think I'm okay here. I discovered something after our apartment was renovated. We were wasting so much space with separate cupboards and tables. We now have 2 long countertops running along the walls. And it feels like we got more space out of our kitchen, even though the countertop is deeper than the tables ever were. The countertop is deeper than the deeper. Yeah. If I go back, how much do I lose? Oh, and technically the fridge comes out here too as well. Actually, even a little more, because I believe hang on, I'm just checking. I don't like that sites just always just like ship to here. So here's the thing. So the depth dimensions are 28 inches, so it's 4 inches past 2 feet. And then when you open it, maximum depth becomes about 50 inches, right? So this is 2 feet. Can we fucking, I've clicked that so many times. Why are you like this? Right. So this would end up being the countertop, like actual, countertop depth, right? And then this would be slightly bigger. And then the door would come out to like here, right? So there is like, you got like fucking no room. You got no room. And it's one of the reasons why you could, right? You could do, you could put it here instead. And then have the door open out here, which is much better because you have all this room. And then, yeah, I guess you could convert the 2 feet here to countertop space instead. Now, the problem with this is, oh, well, I guess it's not really that problem. So you still get the 7 feet of countertop space. And plus this little extra area, which, I don't know, a toaster, I guess. It's a foot. I don't even know if that's going to be anything. Like, I might as well just do this and then put the fridge like over here and or get a slightly wider fridge. Again, you only have 3 feet of room. Like you're pretty close to this wall, which is also the bathroom. All right, so that's kind of the downside is if you have someone over and you're cooking, or like I need to use the bathroom, they're right behind you. It's not going to smell bad because it's going into a hole in the ground, right? So it's immediately going out of the structure, but it's going to be a little awkward. But that's the thing is like that's the compromises for a place like this, right? You don't get to have a big kitchen. You're lucky you have a kitchen. You know what I mean? Well, the sink here, I guess. Stovetop here. Or stovetop here. I'd probably actually so like they were selling stuff like this, right? So these are basically drop-in stoves, I believe. Yeah. Oh, I guess you could put it sideways, huh? So these are drop-in stoves. Easy pick oven time. I mean, I have a toaster oven. That's why an oven isn't getting installed. Because I should have so much power available to the structure due to the massive amount of solar arrays. I'm legitimately just gonna run everything off of electricity if I can. Right? My original idea was to just run a electric cooktop. But God forbid something happens to the power, you should have hot water and shit, which you can get with propane. Now, I could have both. I have, I have one that you can plug in, right? They're just a bit of a pain in the ass to cook on. You see this? 10 inches. So, do you really need more than... You could just get 2 of them. Like you could buy 2 of these and just put one this way and one the other way. If you needed to. Like you can have it either way. Yeah. Yeah, it's not bad. Ah, that's what you want though. You want something designed to be that way. Oh, it's not. Well, it looks better. I don't know. Yeah, that for some reason feels better. But we have gas for a stove for electricity for our oven. Yeah, that's kind of what mine would be too. I'd have a little like air fryer toaster oven combo thing that I used on stream before, because you don't really cook gigantic things that often, right? If this is a little cabin in the woods and you want to cook a pizza, okay, that might be a little too small for a pizza. Maybe I need to get a second toaster oven that's wider. Anyway, you can get electrical powered toaster ovens, which use baking cookies. Shit. Yeah. It just costs so much power to heat the elements of the gigantic area that's within the stove. Yeah, that's true too. Just build a big boy pizza oven. And honestly, it'd probably be cheaper. Because I could... Hang on, let me look at the electrical cost. Individual stovetop burners can range from 1,000 to 3,000 watts. That is a lot of power. The woods is right over there, all over the place. Just use the wood. Induction burners? Oh, induction burners. Natural gas is generally the cheapest for the burners. Electric kettle for water, yeah. Hmm. If you're going for gas, you need a fume hood. Is that true, though? Because stove tops, I mean, I know carbon monoxide, but carbon monoxide depends on how efficient the burn is. Because if it's a low efficiency burn, you have more carbon monoxide. What's an induction? Hang on. Oh, those are expensive. Never had a fume hood. I'm way too used to smell. So much oil everywhere. Literally, the walls were caked in oil. Yeah, that happens to me too. I think it's because of the just general splatter of oil. People don't realize how much oil gets around. Oops.
Fuck!
So there is induction. Is that using less or more though? That's why you need a fume hood? Well, how's a fume hood going to help with oil getting everywhere? Are you talking about like the oil like evaporates? Induction cooktops use significantly more efficient than traditional electric. Okay, that's good to know. Which is the oil vapor, right? But then, how is that different than an electric top? Because an electric stove is going to do the same thing. It's going to heat the oil up to the point of being a vapor. Yeah, so maybe not that. Okay. Um. If we go back to this, hang on. Hello, man, but go to any old tower apartment and there's gonna be oil everywhere. I don't know if it's the gas or what. Yeah, I'm not sure either. Gotta clean weekly. Yeah. Well, that's the beauty of something like this, is it's super easy to clean. Is there gonna be enough room for a stove though? I guess if it was to put like right here and open out that way, but then you'd lose the cabinet space. But we have the cabinet space on top. All right, you know what? Okay, let me go look at see how expensive electric ranges are. Because if I have thousands of, I'm not using the stove in the middle of the night, you know what I mean? So if I'm having thousands of watts, right, I might as well use it. $600. Oh, that's pretty. %40 off select appliances. Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, see, this is the shit that I'm talking about. I can't have shit because it just constantly just puts my fucking zip code everywhere. Like, ship it to here. It's available at this store. It's like, dude, can you stop just fucking doxing me for no reason? Thanks, appreciate it. How does the people that put cook stoves in the corner, kind of in the middle and crooked? Oh, kitty cornered. Yeah. Because the thing is like, I mean, if I'm being honest about it, I'd like to have an oven. I want to make pizza. I want an oven. The energy costs are the only thing that I'm concerned about, because if it's using, like, if you're cooking something in the oven and cooking something on the stove top, right, you're using probably about 5,000 watts of power, which is a shit ton of energy, right? That is more energy than the, oh, well, no, maybe not. No, because the oven uses a lot of power to get up the temperature and then just stays there. Hmm. 20 amps. Normal breaker size. 20 amps at 120 volts. 1,020 volts. 3,600 watts. Does it need its own breaker? If you've got a good perimeter to keep animals out, you could look into having an outdoor oven, or even finding a way to make a primitive oven. Nah, not in winter. That's the problem. Not in winter. No, you're not gonna want to go outside to cook in the middle of winter. I'm mostly concerned about the energy consumption. But the thing is that I really shouldn't be. Let me see what type of plug the stoves come with. Hang on. Yeah, okay, that's what I thought. It's using, okay. Yeah, it's using one of the big boys. I think it's a 40 amp. Requiring a dedicated circuit and outlet to handle the higher voltage in operation. Yeah. Yeah, no. It's 220. Yeah, it's 220, 40, 50 amps. So it's not only is it going to need its own circuit, it's also going to need its own breaker. It's going to need a 60 amp because normal breakers are 20 amps, I think. So you would need two. I wonder if they have 30 amp breakers, because you'd probably need two 30 amp breakers. Hi, Human, welcome back. Yeah, and doing 220 volt, the inverter can handle 220. I don't need it though. You know what I mean? Like, because I'd rather get I'd rather get a big ass like fuck. Come on, brain. Work with me, buddy. Post oven. Yeah, that's not what I had. Yeah, that's the one that I had. Which was nice, but it kind of brokey. Like, it's just not wide enough. I need to learn more electricity math. I'm saying pizza oven and use the wood. No. It's because of things outside of just like pizza and shit. And it's like baking goods and needing fine control over temperatures for like breads and shit. Like it's a whole thing. I don't really want to have to hook up a 220 volt thing. So I'd rather just get a super wide toaster oven because like you don't need it to heat up quick. Like that's the biggest. So the biggest energy draw when it comes to, I do have a bread machine, but still, the biggest energy draw when it comes to those pieces of equipment is just it tries to heat things up really fast, right? It draws a shit ton of power to try to convert that into heat as quickly as it can, so it can preheat the oven as fast as it can, and so that it can cook, things on a pan as fast as it can. I don't need speed. You know what I mean? Like I don't need shit to be that fast. So essentially using a toaster oven or two, I don't give a shit, to replace a normal like conventional oven. But I mean, at that point, I should just get a gas range. Yeah, I got a countertop. That's kind of what I got right now. The problem is that it's just not very wide. Like I want like a honking toaster oven, you know what I mean? Is countertop space lost? Yes. Yes, it is. But in the inverse, I gain cabinet space for storage of things. So it's kind of like moving things around rather than losing things. Or just get a gas oven. Because a gas oven is just going to be way more energy efficient. Oh. Here's an idea. If you're making things... Okay, so you can use the gas oven for the oven, but don't use the gas top unless you need it. You can use an electric top for most things, and then just, if you need more space, use the gas one. Because you can take because I got a little electric stovetop thing, right? It just plugs into the wall. If you're just cooking basic shit, you can just use that. That'll use the free electricity that is the sun. So half and half? Yeah, kind of a half and half. I wonder if they sell gas ovens with no range. Like if they just straight up just sell the ovens. And I don't think so, but let me see. Ovens without a stovetop. Yeah, like the ones that go into walls. Oh. Oh shit, I could get one of those. Oh, I'm literally looking at them. Yeah, we're safe. So these thingies. The shit that just goes into the fucking countertops. Essentially. Right? If they sell it in gas, and then I can just put an electric stovetop over here. It could work. And then if you need more, you just plug in a second electric thing. And just hope it doesn't use too much electricity. To flip a breaker, that is. I was trying to find ones that were under the counter. Yeah, like shit like this. Hello, hi Jam Jam. We have that? Yeah. I'm trying to... thank you. I'm trying to figure out, though, if they actually sell them. Let me check. Yeah, it's a built-in electric oven. I don't know. Actually, I don't think they do. Not gas ones specifically. Because it needs to vent out the top, I think. It's just electric. Yeah, I'm starting to think it might be. Oh my god. I see some online at Home Depot that are gas. Must have reading it wrong. Oh, can you link them in chat? $579 for that. It's pretty expensive. Dude, my fucking Firefox is freaking the fuck out. Yeah. I got it though. Single gas wall oven. That looks right. Yeah, and it can be placed under the range. Okay. Yeah. And then just do an electric top. Okay. So it's a gas wall oven. So it's a wall oven? Sorry guys, I'd love to share my screen right now, but Home Depot likes to just put all of my address and zip codes up everywhere, so I can't do that. Yeah, wall ovens. That's what they're called. Microwave/wall oven combos. Gas wall ovens. Warming drawers? I'm learning so much shit right now. So let's do, I don't know, the cheapest. Homan. Need to put the DVD floating thingy so we have something to focus on. I know, I'm sorry. So kind of the cheapest one is about 800 bucks. Summit, Impervia Summit. What is the cheapest one that like actually has a name I recognize? Oh, none. Okay, cool. All right, fair enough. Oh, the fluff butt? Yeah, that's scuff butt. No, that's Very's thing. 63 ratings and it's 3.4. Yikes. That's fucking tough. Why though? Why is it rated so poorly? I'd love to see the reviews if you didn't fucking hide them so well. 29.5 and 18 ones. Unsafe and poorly designed. The knobs get dangerously hot for risking burns. There's no reheat alert. The manual says to turn off the gas valve after use. Yeah, no, we're staying the fuck away from that. Might as well just get a gas stove, honestly. Have you accused me more inclined to use my my camp stove equipment and live in the woods as a hermit? What do you think I'm doing? Yeah. There's like entire stovetops are like 400 bucks. Well, the cheap ones at least. This one is. And it's got a shit ton of burners. And it looks fine. Looks fine. This is a really small one. Oh, he's so cute. Wait, what the fuck is that? Is there a drawer? There's a second. Oh, it's a reheat area. It's kind of cute. $500 on Amazon. Oh, let me hang on. I'm on the wrong thing. It's only 19 inches wide. Oh, you wouldn't be able to fit anything in that. Okay. So this is where we get into the thing where we're like, you know? Because I will have plenty of gas. So the problem is the gas is also going to be used for the. I can probably get it replaced. I think I can get propane delivered. It shouldn't. If I'm not using it for everything, if I do a hybrid, I could probably manufacture to put something on top of it. Oh, hi, Sky. Like if I put a stone or like a slab of rock of some sort, even if it's not that thick. What this? Oh, 2.0 stuff. Jesus Christ. No, not at all. Sorry, I fucking read humans message in the corner of my eye. No, tiny house stuff. I've been doing 2.0 stuff way too much. Tiny house stuff. Or just working on things. Yeah. So the idea, thank you for the pets. So the idea is that if the stovetop had a cover on it, right? Like if I buy, I can modify it. I'm not dumb. Like I know how to seal gas lines. It takes some welding and, or not welding, it takes some like soldering and shit and pinching lines and all sorts of other stuff. But I could essentially just remove it myself. Not that I would want to because it's good to have, but like take off the knobs. You know what I mean? So you can't use the gas stove unless you need to use the gas stove. So if you take the knobs off of the front and then put something stone-like. I know to seal gas lines. All right, well. I feel like I used the wrong seal there. Is that the same seal? Yeah, no, it's the same seal. I don't like that. I don't like that at all. I don't like that. I don't like that seal, the animal and seal to close something have the same fucking spelling. That makes me uncomfortable. I hate that. Yeah, exactly. But essentially, like, the idea is that if you have the stove, right? I know this is not right, whatever dimensions bullshit. If you have the stove and you have the burners here, my thought is to like try to get a piece of not concrete, something like thin and light, but fire retardant. And then just rest that over the top. So like normally these have the grates on them or whatever. Right? So you take the grates off. So just the burners are exposed. You take the knobs off, and then you get a slab and you just put the slab on top. Right? Just to cover it. And then on top of the slab, you can sit the little electric burner. So you still have a spot for the electric burners on its own surface, right? But you keep the availability of using it as a normal gas stove. Take my boyfriend. Oh no, what happened? Fat sea dogs, you are correct, they are. They are indeed. So let's see. I'm gonna do a Google real quick. Yeah, okay. Obviously not this, but you guys can kind of see what I'm looking at here. So essentially there are things which are kind of cool, like this. Ta-da! So the idea is to basically,
Hello.
like this would be best, something out of sheet metal. Hi, Moist. Something out of sheet metal would be best. And placing it over the stove, these gas stoves, just so you don't use it, right? Take the knobs off. And then on top of this, you can put the actual, like a little electric stove top. So that's kind of a cool idea. I'm not too comfortable. Oh, I guess I could make it out of wood and just put like aluminum flashing on the bottom of it. Fun times with cats. Oh. Yeah, that's fair. But yeah, so I'm thinking something like this. Cook everything on a fire. No, because the fire is expensive. Well, no, okay. Yeah, I could cook everything on a fire, which you're not wrong. That was one of the upsides of having a wood burning stove, was that you could just put wood into the wood burning stove and then put a pot on top of it if you need to boil shit. You know what I mean? The problem is the wood burning stove comes with its own complications. Right? Thanks, boys. It comes with its own complications. Like it takes up its own room. So now all of this is gone. Right? B, it needs to be a specific distance away from the wall. So now it needs more space. But it's too much of a pain in the ass. So a cover could be like a cutting tray. Yeah, I mean, it could be anything. It could be anything. I'd probably just make it out of wood myself or something. I don't know. Yeah, see, DIY stove cover. Super easy. Bitch. Again, I would make it out of something a little more hardy. Campfire cooking. It's not a bad idea. I'd probably do that too. But make it out of something a little more hardy. The fuck is that? What is that? Well, that's pretty as fuck. But something that I know I can turn the oven. That's cool. I know I can turn the oven on. Noodle board stove cover. What the fuck is a noodle board? Hang on. Yeah. Oh. I know. Yeah, it's just wood. I don't know how to feel about wood on it. Can I not stream in peace? Okay, so that's a good idea.
The wettest of bushes is now here.
So much cheese. Yes, very much cheese.
No.
Fair enough. You're just looking at pictures, and I'm still have to think. Shit. Good job, boys. Okay, so the idea essentially is that we also get countertop space back as well if we do that, which is kind of nice. No, thank you for you. Calm the brain the last bit of stream. No. So gas oven, electric stove. One more second. I'm gonna go to Amazon. I think we're okay. So this is literally what I have. This is literally what I have. I spent $27 on it. We could probably get something better. Something like, well, I mean, this is technically a drop-in, but you can do something like this, right? Again, another drop-in. Do you think I could get a drop-in that could drop into the... Hang on, I'm cooking. Do you think I could get a drop-in for... No, I don't want 220 volt. But do you think I could get a drop-in for, like, the cover? You know what I mean? So what I'm talking about is like, so this stove cover, right? So if you just pop this down over here, you could have a stove cover that's like this thick. And then you can literally just have the electric stove drop into the actual cover itself. 475. Holy shit, do you only have 500 gifted subs? Holy crap. So, I mean, this one looks pretty good too. And it's nice and shallow. They're both the same size, which is really nice. They're only 6. Okay. That is not big, by the way. 6 inches is smaller than my hand. So, not the best. But I'm thinking like if we get something like this, right? So this is meant to drop into a countertop. You could... Oh, wait, it's not? Oh, it's not. Can it be? Wait, what? Oh.
Oh, hello.
Oh, hello. Oh, that's kind of cool. Oh, I thought it was a drop-in. How big? It is normal and safe that your new burner smokes. Wait. So the idea is I kind of just want to see how big it is. It's not bad. Both orders 900, totaling 1800. He's up faster than my 1200 watt stove. Okay. So that's not a bad idea. Then. All right. The dimensions are at the top. Well, so you'd be taking out both the electric and the cover, but then you need to cover for the electric. Well, no, because you just unplug the electric. Yeah, we're not doing that. 110 volt, 2200 watt. I don't like the front backs. That's really annoying to deal with. Never get something like this. All right, hang on. Oh, why not? So we got something like this. I mean, you could just buy 2 of them. Oh, uncleanable. Ah, okay. $3,600, 1,800 watt. Oh, it's an induction. Oh, interesting. Yeah, I've had a couple of those. Is that temperature or wattage? Because that's really dumb if it shows you the wattage. Yeah, you just might, Neva. I just want to, yeah, like this looks nice. Cast iron, single burner, stainless steel. And my thoughts are like, you can get 2. Ah, thank you for the pets. You could get 2. And glass tops are kind of nice to clean. I think they're better to clean than, yeah, certain they're better to clean than cast iron for sure. $13. Let's go. No, Mimi, we're not having a tungsten stove. 220 volt. Okay, what is this? You mind? Yeah, again, 6 inches is not that big. Yeah, it's not that big. What is this? Thanks, Mimi. It's not very inspiring that they don't have the dimensions. You couldn't even get somebody to fuck. Really? 6 inches is plenty, thank you. It's not. It's not big enough. You need like 10. 10 is good. Yeah, it's not really confidence inspiring that they're not listing the actual burner size. 10? Yeah. Do not touch. Yeah, no shit. And they do shit like this too. I hate this. That's not a real fucking pan, dude. That's not real. Like they're trying to make you think like, oh, there's a big things that like have multiple gallons, and then you go to like look at that shit. That's not real. It's perfectly average 10 hertz. I can't believe Delta's a size queen. Well, when it comes to cooktops, yeah. All right, let's see. No, no. Not the way I would use it, but it's got a lot of space on the bottom. It puts food up. I don't know how I feel about that. Dude, those things are fucking huge. Holy shit. Easy to move stuff around on. I don't know, but I like this one. This one's cute. Oh, it's induction. Oh, it's not going to work with everything. Oh, never mind. All I hear is 6 inches, but I need 10. Thanks. Child safety lock. Ooh, it's got a, okay, timers are cool. But you put the big one on the back. Man, you couldn't have made this sideways. Like, ah. Thanks for the pets. Yeah, but what are the dimensions now? Now I gotta worry about. Where's this one? Oh, they do have a Fahrenheit. I got a timer. Oh, that's really nice, though. That's really nice, though. Hang on. Was that the other one I was just looking at? Am I dumb? Guys, I might be dumb. I feel like I'm dumb. Where is it? What? All right, I give up. Yeah, I know. I'm trying to find it. Okay, I'm gonna click on this one because I know Cuisinart. Oh, those are nice. They're not milled, so you can actually slide pans around on them.
Time for dogs hourly payment using your eyeballs.
Cast iron as well. It holds heat for longer and disperses it better as well. 1400. Yeah, 1300 watts is not a lot though. Can you fucking swap those? What the fuck? Yeah, there you go. Yeah, see, this is how I would use it too. I just see dog bowls. Sorry, have you seen the human side dog bed? I have, yes. Okay, is this it? Ah, yes. I love plate of food that definitely doesn't exist with chef that definitely doesn't exist in this photo. And this definitely photoshopped in thing. It has a timer. The thing is, the other one looked decent. Made in China. Yeah, no shit. Everything's made in China. I love those. Human dog beds are amazing. What? What is happening to her neck? I have no idea. Look, I can buy a human-sized dog bed for my dog when I get one. How about that? Wasn't this the one that we were looking at before? Oh, is this the thing about, like, literally the same? Oh, it's just this one has handles. Oh, that's probably nicer to deal with, though. Where's that? Is it the same one, but dumber? It's the same one, but dumber. Is it big enough, though? Why are the big thumbs not? No heats enough for cook. Very low heats. Okay. Fair enough. Good review, I guess. What about you being the doggo for the dog bed? I'd probably use it. I'd never escape the allegations. I wouldn't need to. People come in and be like, why do you have a dog bed? I'd be like, why are you asking? And then people will be like, I'd flabbergast people. I'd just be like, wait, what the fuck? See, the idea of having a timer on it, though, is really nice. Because you can set something to warm up and walk away. Although you really shouldn't walk away from the stovetop in the first place. So maybe you really don't need it. Just the idea, though, is nice. I'm pretty sure this is the one we just looked at, no? Oh, no, it's not. It doesn't have the people doing the thing. Ooh. It's blue? Wow, they might have my attention just for the fact that it's blue. Wait. Okay, that's kind of cool. The timer's nice, but if the beeping sound is annoying, then no. Yeah, well, because that's the thing is, like, you really wouldn't want to use it on a stovetop. You know what I mean? Like, I guess it's good to know when something is 1600F. You could always have things at the same heat over and over again, but, you know, it's like, why do you need the timer? Right. Comes with a lock, though. That'd be nice. Doing a built-in is kind of cool. There's no fucking way it's that big, dude. No shot. Nah, that's bullshit. Oh shit, it might be. Yeah, okay, that's some big cuts of bacon. Okay. Joel? The letter T, the word hot is missing. On the LCD screen? You gotta be an idiot, right? You gotta be an idiot, right? You literally, do people not understand the like 8-section things? Dude left a 2-star review because he didn't know you literally can't spell the word hot. You can't spell the word hot on this functioning, on this type of display. Dude, people should have to pass an IQ test to leave reviews. You are literally just, you are so idiotic. Dude, I fucking can't. I can't. People like this exist. Okay. I don't know why I went off on this entire other thing, but here's my thoughts. Right. It can be used on top of the stovetop. That's why I never review stuff. That's fair. But then where do I put it afterwards? They could have just left the H. They could have just left the
That's
H and it would have been fine.
Your eyeballs pay for dog's food, though.
Oh, yeah, just an H for hot. Yeah. I swap. Okay, so gas stove with a cover for an electric heating unit.
Hello there.
Because you'll be using the heating unit most of the time. And then I have a toaster oven, right? So toaster oven for other things. And then if you need to make it, like, there needs to be big things that get made, then you can use the gas oven. Okay, all right. Kind of things coming together. Yeah, and then I guess I could put it underneath. All right. It's possible. The only thing I don't like is this corner. I never know what to do with corners of counters. That's the downside of this area. Wow, you guys are really trying hard to get as many stock as you can, huh? Oh wait, should I invest as well? Hang on. Do I have kibble? Corner spinny shelves? Oh yeah, I guess so. Or like a spice rack or something. Yeah. Holy shit. Moist really went all in. Exclamation point stock, space buy, space the number. Like, how much did I have? Talk about 2. Moist, by the way, if you want to make kibble, you got to buy in, right? You got to Okay. I can't. I literally can't. I actually can't because I can't trade for another hour. So maybe I could do it at the start of next stream, but yeah, stock is worth 1,000 right now, which is the lowest it will literally ever be conceivably. Like, it can't get any lower. The market gets bailed out. You can't even force yourself. No, I'm not going into the code and fixing that. Fuck no. No, I buy it by the same law as everyone else does. So I'm thinking like a sink here. So like nice. That's gonna appreciate real hard. So I'm thinking a sink here. And then what do you guys think? God, I love that. Why the stock so low? I fucked around with the code a little bit. I think I changed it so that the bottom, so the top get caught. So like there's a value where there's a master value, and before it was just removing it from the top or removing it from the bottom, depending on what it was. I changed it to remove it from the top, add to the bottom, or remove it from the bottom, add to the top. And then I think we honestly just got a series of really shit rolls. We are in depression area, yeah. Okay, all right. So I want your guys' opinion. Sink, okay, and then stove? Oh, shit. Or, because the stove needs a place to go out. So like the stove could go here, and then you could have countertop space, and then a corner sink. I'm thinking of a regular dish rack. I haven't really thought about it yet. But yeah, probably a dish rack of some sort. Thank you. Or just dry it. Where the sink goes depends on the dish rack area. True. Yeah, it's kind of tough, huh? So you run out of space really fast. I would say to put space in between, kind of like how you have it. So we have a counter takes out. Yeah. Yeah. Hi, Alice. I don't like seeing him being called Astron. It's because he's a damage dealer, not a healer. I could do a kitty corner sink. Which would give a lot of space in the middle. By a lot of space, I mean like a little over a couple of feet. But because that would only work if, yeah. Oh God, this gets weird. Corner sink is fine. Yeah, it's not bad. It's just, God, I would have loved to have the fridge under the stairs. Hang on. There's got to be a way to use this more efficiently. Did you see my meme? Yeah, I saw your meme. Does the fridge include a freezer? It does. Yes. It could be. There's not a whole lot of room to move, though. Only 2 feet in that opening. It's not a lot. Yeah, you can't buy anything. Gotta wait. I'm thinking about maybe trying to put something under the stairs because there's a lot of cabinet space, like up over everything else. Right. So there's gonna be, we're gonna have, you know, cabinets coming down. Or whatever. Right. So there's gonna be cabinets here. Oh wow, holy shit. Oh wow, holy shit. So there should be storage for food items here. And so I'm wondering if I could use this as extra countertop space. Actually, I think it's only 1 foot. I think they're more like this. Right? Because then we'd get a whole extra countertop section here. Put the oven there? Is it possible to cook there? Would that be okay? I don't see why not, right? What do you guys think? Could we put like the stove here? Chat, can we cook? Feels like Tetris, but super hard. It kind of is, yeah. I don't know about the vent stuff. Yeah. If I put a vent in. But yeah. I could put the sink there? No, because that'd be really annoying to clean. Yeah. It'd be annoying to clean dishes underneath, maybe. I've cleaned in worse, I think. Wait. Wait. Okay, potential big brain? Potential big brain. Wait, other way. If the sink went here. See, this is the thing though, that you have all the standing space directly in front of it. If you put the sink here.
Someone cooked here.
Thanks. Appreciate it. If you put the, if I turn this 2x4 sideways, it'll open this up a little bit more. My thought is that this is 5 feet. This would be 2 feet deep, right? So this is the sink. You're going to be standing here. So you're not ducking down, right? Your arms are still out, or you're still interacting with the sink like this. So you don't have to worry about hitting your head on anything, even if the stands are there. But what you can do is you can put a drying rack right here above the sink. So you can wash the dishes here. and then put the dishes immediately into a rack that's over the sink. And then, so what about piping though? Have come in here, go up over here, come down. Nice. So the only problem with this is just getting the water line to it. Big pots and stuff would probably have to be done by hand. Yeah, but that's how they should be anyway. You really shouldn't be putting big pots and stuff into a fucking drying rack. It just takes up so much space. It's not worth it. So I'm not really concerned about that. Or you just leave it in the sink. Honestly. Like if that's the last thing or whatever, you could just leave it in the sink and then just turn it upside down. Yeah, the stuff from up above would drip on it. Right? But it drip on the outside and then would just run down the outside and drain. I get lazy. Oh yeah, because it's clean. So if you clean it, if you have a big pot that you're cooking like a stew or something in, right? If you have a big pot, you clean it, you flip it upside down, right? So it drains into the sink, it dries in the sink, and then the stuff above it would drain down around the pot essentially because it hit the outside of the pot, but that's fine. Must be put away before sleeping. Okay, then just dry it by hand. But that makes up a lot of room over here. Yeah, I know. I'm just saying there's a possibility of doing other things. Okay. You just have an under the sink. Did that get drained out? I don't know if yes, no, I don't know. I'd have to look into the plumbing code for that. Well, actually, I could bring the water in through here along this wall, the shower, and down this wall to that. Because those are the only two things using water. So that actually won't be too bad. Or if it's on this side, it can go straight down and then out on a T. Okay. So the only thing here that's bothering me right now is this support here. Just because it's sticking out into the... Oh, you know what could I... Hang on. No. All right, Moist, bye. I could probably get away with a 2x4. And a 2x4 would be 3.5 inches. 2x4 there and a 2x4 there, and it's gonna be fine as long as it's sitting on a joist, 4 joist. If it's sitting on a 4 joist, which is might not be. I could make it though. I could make it though, because I think I could do it. I could have a stud here. I could have a stud here. And then a stud here to support this beam. Do another one on top of that. And then do a third stud here. So it'll keep this from twisting out. And then that comes out here, and then that means that this one is in line with the floor joist. Okay. And then if that one's in line with the floor joist, then I can have this one do the same thing. When it gets tied into here, I could probably do some sort of hanger. I can do a 2x4 hanger, maybe. Or I can do second one here. So this board sits on this board, sits on floor joist. This board sits on this board, sits on floor joist. That would support that and leave a floating gap underneath for storage. The only other one would be the wall on the other side. I could just do, I mean, I could just do the same thing again. And just make 2 of these and then put the other one 2 feet over. Oh, would that work? What's 2 feet? Also, that depends on this. That depends on if this lands on a stud. Which I don't know yet. Oh, hi, Nim by Nim. So I guess I could move this in and out slightly depending on where the joist location is going to be. Studs are 16 on center. Yeah, I would want it to land on a. I don't know if I'd have the batteries there though, because now that's a lot of weight. Oh, but it's not. Because you land on this, part of it's going directly to the foundation. Part of it's going to the floor joist. But I guess when you get to here, it's a little different. Okay, sorry. I am almost a half hour past. I got distracted again. This has been an interesting stream for sure. If you guys are wondering why I get sucked into this and then stream starts, or why after stream I start doing this and then I'm up till 2 o'clock in the morning, this is why. I've been doing this for the last 4.5 hours. And I could still keep going. Like, yeah. This is, it's a lot. There's a lot to figure out with shit like this. And also it's not just about interior design. It's also structural engineering. For instance, this entire thing, right? All of this needs to land on, because you don't want it sitting in between like your floor joists, like these things. You don't want it sitting in between because then it is the weakest. You want it land right on top of one of these bad boys. Yeah. So I'm probably going to keep working on this later because I'm having fun. But for now, I'm going to go eat food. So thanks for watching. Appreciate it. I'll talk to you guys another time. Maybe we actually do Night Souls tomorrow at some point. Ha ha ha. Okay, bye. How's the glove going? Everything's all working.